Okay. I don't know what it is. Just touching the computer, something, a connection somewhere will tend to go and totally screw everything up. Just a sudden glitch in the thing. Let's give everyone just a few seconds to get here. While we're doing, there's also a very interesting rock here. You can see it's got some pretty colors, but if you look under magnification, that's actually iridescence, like bornite. So it's very, very pretty. Let's see. Yeah, it really doesn't even show up on the camera. Where my finger is, it's kind of a peacock green. Okay. Not yet. There is some copper in there. Yes, Tom, you're absolutely right. Okay, so let's get people here. So anyhow, don't touch the computer, Keith. So again, when I talk about kryptonite, what I'm talking about is basically a fine-grained, tough quartz. Okay. And some of the previous stuff was kind of gray. I agree, absolutely. But let's say we're also doing a multi-element analysis on the leach solutions rock. So we shall see. And so here we have, let's say, this is a fine-grained, very tough quartz. Obviously, a lot of mineralization up in here. Oh, let me point it out to Tom, okay? Right up here, there's a lot of mineralization here. So kryptonite is just kind of a general phrase we use for a very tough, fine-grained quartz because it is a pain to break. This obviously has some holes in it, and those little white things are around it. I think those are calcite. Do I have any? Oh yeah, there we go. Let me check this out here. I've got some hydrochloric acid. Specifically for this kind of thing. No, that is not calcite. Not sure what it is. But it didn't fizz at all. Well, another surprise. But let me, just above the white things in the bottom here, I'm going to put some water on this. And you can see the wet spot. And it doesn't look to me like it's super absorbent, but it does look like it does have some porosity.
The other rock next to my computer may be one of our porous ones.
Well, I'm just talking about this one right here. I don't care about the other stuff. Yeah, this one has a little porosity, and of course, pure quartz does not. So it's it's got a little bit of porosity, but it is really tough stuff. I mean, that Hilti just has to beat it. Yes, I am, Lars. But my mind just blanked out for a second. Where's the big piece you had at the mine? Actually, the piece I showed you at the mine was not a big piece. It was from very close to where this came out. The big piece was that big. And it's all crushed and sitting next to the, what do you call it? The Stutenroth right now. Now, see, what I'd like to do is shift my computer this way so that I'm not looking sideways. But last time I tried that, things didn't work out too well. Silica flooded volcanic. There won't be any permeability and you'll be displacing stuff you can by. I think I understand what you're saying. You're basing silicified volcanic material. I don't think, I mean, this is a hydrothermal vein. This is an injected vein in there. Now, the wall rock right there, well, that's still not volcanic. This is all in sedimentary formations rock. Um, and yeah, if I had my druthers, I'd go ahead and crush this to like 100 mesh. And, but yeah, this is actually, that's a hydrothermal vein. When I showed that picture there and I said, okay, here's one vein, here's another vein, here's, at least 3 different events. This was the wider vein. And I'm not sure how much recovery I'm going to get from that, but I'm not terribly worried at this point in terms of right now. I'm trying to get production. And if it's got gold and I can get a decent amount out of it, well, that's good enough. But yeah, it has some permeability. It did suck up the water. So once it's crushed, it may have enough permeability to get good recovery. There's another thing that may be even a bigger problem here. Let's see where I'm at. Okay, got that one. I turned the resin to the boss rock, and theoretically it's on the way. He's going to have to check, and because it's going between countries, so we may have to go directly to the post office and get the proper forms and blah blah blah. You know how you know more about that than I do. You've done a lot more international stuff than I have. But as everyone knows, Rock has offered to test some resin from us for using an XRF. And so we're sending him 9 samples, different stages in the process and different prep techniques. He'll have to go to the post. Well, in that case, I will have to go to the post office. Yeah, exactly, David. That's really nice. And let's see. Productivity. We didn't have any real problems getting what we were looking for. We were out there. We left Tuesday afternoon. Probably were all set up by like 7 in the evening on Tuesday, maybe by 5, and started moving some waste and a few other little things. Then we stayed there all day Wednesday. And the plan is in the future basically to spend as much time Thursday as we need to get the ore we need, and then come back either Thursday evening or Friday morning. And that looks perfectly plausible. We should be able to get like 1.5 tons per trip, and go from there. If we need to increase productivity, we may like stay another day and have someone bring down an empty trailer, swap it out, and haul the full one back. So we have the ability to dramatically increase the productivity without increasing the effort that much. It's a little tricky when it's this early in the season and you got a geezer and a little lady. So we're both conditioning well, but we'll see how fast it goes. Once we got it to the ranch and everything, the Stutenroth, with just me working it, was putting out 10 pounds per minute of 100% passing 20 mesh. So at that rate, we can do a 1-ton load, which is what the tank can theoretically hold, in half a shift. And the RC46 can run 500 pounds of rock through the jaw crusher in the same time also easily with just me running it. So it looks like one day I can get a new batch crushed. The idea would be pulverize stockpile from a previous time, throw it in the tank, and then crush up and stockpile by the Stutenroth for the next time. Okay. Now, this brings us to an issue we have run into. Now, this is not necessarily a problem. It is a complication. It is an issue of sufficient magnitude that it would be unwise to simply ignore it. And this is the fact that we've got coarse gold in there. Now, I think, yeah, and, David, we have some coarse gold in there. And we went and did, I think last week I mentioned that on the live stream, but I'm not sure. But this week, when we dumped the tank, we had a little better setup to test. And let me go ahead and just kind of show what we did. Oh, where the heck is the stuff there? There it is. So, we have our tank, conical bottom, up on the pad with an outlet here. I've got a T on this, and this goes to one valve. This goes to another valve. Now these are RV 2-inch gate valves for your sewage systems. They do a good job of dealing with the solids without jamming or anything, but they can leak a little bit. So I actually put caps on them. They've got threaded fittings on this on the outside. So I put caps on them when I'm just leaching to prevent it from leaking. And this is sitting on a plastic pallet. And over here is the tailings disposal area. Okay. So what I did, I took the pipe out here, then took a piece of rain gutter that Lauren gave me, and I put a piece of gold hog mat here, and then I put some miner's moss, and I had 3 feet of gold hog, 3 feet of miner's moss, and that was all I had. Now, when I'm ready to dump the tank, beginning of the day, the solids will have settled in here. So I start up the pumps and loosen this all up and get this kind of agitated. And then when I start dumping, I turn off the pumps so that I don't run them dry and drain this. And what happens is we get left, well, it's not even that high. It's something about there. There's this ring of solids that's left in there once I drain the liquids out of the tank. Okay. And ran that, and then I just stopped the whole process, pulled the miner's moss out, and used that as one sample. Washed this part of the rain gutter out, another sample. Took the gold hog mat, third sample, and then panned those to see what the heck I'm getting. I mean, I don't know what there is, so I don't know what I should do at that point. And and anyhow, so at this point, I found that the gold hog mat here had the finest gold. I'm just going to use mesh sizes here Let's see, it was running 0.03, so about 200 mesh, and the max was about 60 mesh. So this was 200 to 60, with the average probably 175. Okay, there's mostly very fine gold here. In the miner's moss, it was running more in the 120 to 60 mesh, with the average about 120. Okay, there was just a few of the larger particles. It was only this stuff here. There were more particles here, but they're bigger particles here. My just eyeball estimate was that there's probably more mass there than there was here. In both cases, it wasn't a huge amount of gold considering it's been concentrated, but it was significant. Now that gave me at least an idea of what's going on here. So what I did for the next test was I have a section here. I steepened up the angle because now I'm going to be washing this stuff out of the tank. Okay, so I'm going to need a steeper angle. Here's the gold hog mat. And because I'd gotten significant stuff in this test here, I cut my miner's moss in half, and now I had 6 feet of miner's moss and 3 feet of gold hog. Okay, and this was 2 sections, of course. In order to get enough flow to wash stuff down this, I hooked up a hose here and ran it to my my Baron tank pump, and so that I could take a garden hose and wash this stuff down into the outlet and add liquid here and run it over the kind of impromptu sluice. So, anyhow, and I did this, and it was tending to just pile up here. Okay, once it got past this initial disruption flow, because it'd come out of here, hit the bottom of the sluice, kind of bounce up, create a low velocity section underneath there. That would build a little dam, then it would start flowing over. So I was constantly having to move this out of the way. So I would consider any results I got from the gold hog mat to be completely unreliable. Okay. Once it got to the miner's moss, it never built up anywhere. Okay. So I washed all of this material out, and in this case, things are pretty much about the same here and here. However, here we got about 10 pieces. There's a few smaller ones too. But there are 10 pieces from, about 35 mesh to 15 mesh. Okay. Now, this was completely unexpected. Those are some pretty big chunks. As a matter of fact, that's bigger than the screen. This piece had to literally work its way endways through the classification screen. And they were in the bottom of the sluice with nothing up here. So that's a clear indication that this sluice is not set up properly. Those chunks should have been up here at the lowest. My thought is what probably happened is, again, there's a buildup here at the bottom, and that's going to create a little bit of a backup into the sluice. And I suspect, without any direct evidence, that that's where they were. They're running down this sluice, they get to the spot where it just slows up a little bit because of the backup and drop out. I can't tell you how much of that, how much is, because to me this indicates stuff got past me. Stuff came all the way through the sluice. Panning right here was not effective in finding anything of this size. But again, this is half a ton of material roughly. So a pan size sample is not much. And that was very, very interesting. Tuesday, I guess that's tomorrow now, when we go out there, we're going to go ahead and shallow this out. When we do this, I've gotten rid of the gold hog mat because it has to be at a completely different angle than the miner's moss. Instead, we put in a piece of carpet. Miner's moss, carpet, miner's moss now, so that hopefully it'll just flow properly through there. And when we get to this point, I'll do like 1/4 of the bottom here, and then check and see where the gold is and what sizes, and make any adjustments that I deem appropriate, and continue with that. Then I got to get solution back in there to hold the tank down. Now, let me look at the things here. Call Freddie Dodge. Okay. Oh yeah, the flow is definitely surging because it was plugging and getting cleared, plugging and getting cleared. Okay, so that is a problem. Okay. Yeah, John, that's the thing. We didn't think we had any visible gold either. We have no idea whether it's just kind of an anomaly or whether it's something that happens fairly regularly. Don't know.
My bet's it's in the kryptonite.
Yeah, Eva thinks it's in the kryptonite. Don't know. Now, if so, then we're getting very poor liberation of it too. But yeah, that's what I'm planning. It's straight miner's moss. It's because the matrix is 100% passing 20 mesh. So I say it's miner's moss, carpet, miner's moss, no grid or anything on top of it. We'll see what happens. Now, what angle do you like to run gold? I don't like to run it at all. I have no experience with it. It just happened to be laying around. You know, the boss had some from some other stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try. I'm going to try adjusting it. Now, to me, the fact that the coarse gold was down here indicates, you know, this needs to be modified to reduce the ability of the gold to move. So I'll probably shallow that angle a little bit and run it, because it was running pretty clean down here. I want to bring it up a little bit, still keep it running clean, but not quite as steep. And this I'm going to be videoing and such. I can tell you, I may get that, Chris, right now. We'll see, Chris. I understand what you're saying, but I only have so much time in the day. So, yes, the metal net on top, it creates these vortices, which tends to get the gold sucked in, and then that gives it time to get down. And so some small expanded metal or something is probably a good point. And so anyhow, we're just playing right now, while at the same time processing ore kind of as quickly as possible. We want to get another 2 batches done this week before we head back out to the mine again. Okay, so this is why we're just, we can test something, see what happens, decide what we want to try, and then try it. And like that, we got a lot of testing to do before we say, okay, we got it figured out. Now, there's another thing here. Well, before I do that, one other thing. The particles that we were catching, at least a couple of them was leach tank. Why not in the solution? They're way too big a gold to leach. When we first found we had some visible gold, we panned some, and it's sitting in a pan in the lab, covered with Eco Gold X solution. It's been sitting there for a week, and it's still sitting there. Okay, it's, I don't know, a couple dozen particles maybe, but we carefully characterized it under magnification, and we don't have much in the way of magnetics, Kodak. I think Jim did. By the way, Jim is not here because he's on a special project for the next 2 weeks. He's having a good time. He's very busy, and he'll tell you what he can when he can. So anyhow, and but at least a couple of those particles were clearly originally much flatter and have been rolled up into balls by the mill, because they're basically kind of round shaped but hollow like that. Okay, and that tells me it was like a flake that's been, circularized by beating around in the mill. Good morning, Tricky. How's it going? That's exactly what's happening, Chris. And it may have been, all this may have been from a single larger particle that simply kept running over the classification screen until it finally got beat up enough that it all goes through. Can't tell. We will learn a lot more over time, but right now it's just some interesting results. So now there's another interesting facet here. And without you, Chris, Rock, you're in on this one, but give everyone else a little try first. Where else would you look for coarse gold in this system as described here while I get ready to draw a new diagram here? Okay, has anyone come up with an idea? This is a contest here. Rock is holding back a little bit. Chris he's not allowed to jump in on this one. He knows exactly what I'm talking about, though. Very little. We have a lot of iron in this whole thing. It's more like hematite, limonite sort of stuff. The Eco Gold X in our little pan sample was the same as what we run in the leaf solution. Okay, so let me expand something here. Go ahead, Rock. Say what you want while I draw this whole thing here. Okay, pretty close, Rock. Here's the system. You got your T down here. Okay. And then you got pipe. And you got threaded fittings here. And that's one I hadn't thought of, but you're absolutely right. What we have, the tank is what they call rotomolded. And to get the valve in the bottom, the fitting in the bottom, they just cut a round hole and stick a bulkhead fitting in and tighten the nut on this side. And there's a gasket up here. So by the time you get the actual fitting plus the gasket, this lip here is about 1.25 to 1.75 inches. Something like that. But the solids come up like that. Right in here, you've got a dead bed. A pretty significant dead bed. Okay? And that is going to act like a gold trap. It's going to act real well like a good trap. Okay? Exactly. I agree completely. So the plan is that the tank itself is so light that even I can set it down and pick it up easily. Okay. And where it's at right now and the way the fittings are set up, etc., once we've emptied it, we can easily just tip it on its side, which is the plan. We'll tip it on its side and hose that dead bed down to the access hatch. Now, the access hatch is only 15.5 inches. And even Eva can't fit through that. So instead of going down and looking at it, we'll just hose it over by the access hatch, clean it all out, and, see what we got there. Again, if we've been having this kind of stuff go through there on a regular basis over the last 3 or 4 tons, it's going to have a fair amount of gold in it. You're right, Tricky. I say this stuff, the Eco Gold X, or like cyanide, it has a top size that it will dissolve. Okay. You put it back in the same solution. Let's see. Yeah, fine powder. Yeah, exactly. It's all the size of the particle makes a huge difference in terms of dissolution. The smallest stuff I can see when I pan is about 200 mesh, and I can pan to 500. I have done that before regularly. And when I took some ore that hadn't been leached yet and I panned it, I got down to 500 mesh. So my assumption is somewhere around that 200 mesh range, the Eco Gold X has lost its ability to dissolve it. What is my email address? I'll type it in here right now. hardrocku@outlook.com. hardrocku@outlook. There we go. There's my email. I agree, Rock. Say we want to kind of get an idea. No, I actually moved the computer last time. That's what happened. Okay. And one of these connections is unstable when I do that. But anyhow, for now, I'm very curious as to what's there. But I agree that with that. Now, here's another thing. If we're getting a lot of gold, and this was hilarious because I asked Lauren, you can weld HDPE. Now, the stuff that's saying it's just plastic. So theoretically, you can go just outside this fitting, drill a hole in the side of in the bottom of the tank, and weld in a pipe fitting here. So that we could then put a valve, a cap, or whatever on there. And so it'd be easy to actually do that. Yeah, he's got a welder for that. So that would probably be the easiest way in the long run. But I agree. It's the sort of thing that for now, I'm not going to worry too much. Now, the other thing that would make sense in the long run, if you have a significant amount of this coarse gold, it would be easier to sluice before you leach it because the particles are going to get smaller during the leaching process. They may not get, a whole lot smaller, but if you sluice it before the leach, it theoretically is going to be a little bit easier to catch than on the output side simply because of that. Another thing that you would want to do is grind it to a finer size. Okay, right now I'm going 20 mesh, 100% passing 20 mesh. Now, those of you like Rock and Chris, no, that's pretty coarse for leaching. But right now what I'm trying to do is get fairly coarse sand to cover the plastic on the leach pad. And so I actually have a 30 mesh screen I could replace in about 5 minutes. Okay. And so I can probably switch to a 30 mesh screen without a problem. To add a gravity circuit before leaching at this point is going to be fairly complex because then we have to elevate it to the leach tank. It's certainly doable. More time, more money. Right now we need, because of the weather and the fact that whatever we don't do right now is stuff we won't get done by the time that dihydrogen monoxide solidifies. The idea is to keep leaching. That's number one, is keep that leach tank full and leaching. If the gold won't dissolve in the tailings, say first of all, he's in the field doing some kind of special project right now, blind dude. He should be back 2 weeks from now. He's having a good time. It's very, very interesting, but it's confidential at this point. Yeah, Assay, there's all kinds of things you can do. All of them take time and money. And right now I don't have time. So the idea is just keep crushing and leaching and mining while doing this other stuff in the meantime. It looks like it will definitely be worthwhile to make sure we go to a 48-hour leach cycle. Rock, that is a very important and correct question. Unfortunately, the kiln blew a heating element, so I rebuilt it yesterday to do horizontal heating elements, and the various stuff inside it is drying even as we speak. Tomorrow we'll go in and we'll replace the heating element and test it. And Eva has the panned concentrates ready to do a fire assay on. So she'll be able to just fire that and turn it all into a single weighable bead. Okay. And so we shall see. And in terms of what is stuck in the tank, haven't the faintest at this point. I was quite surprised to see those big chunks of gold, big by hard rock standards, sitting in the bottom of the sluice, especially the fact they were in the bottom. When I found those in that bottom third, I'm thinking, whoa, that middle one's going to be something. Wasn't. So I say that also indicates clearly that the system is not working well, or they would have been caught real early. So a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, I agree, Chris. I think it's a given that we bypassed a lot. Yep. And I think I like to just use it as a nugget trap, Lars. Honestly, I don't see any problem with that. So I'm like, screw it. You got a nice nugget trail. Let's see, what are you trying to do? You're trying to catch the gold while the rest goes by, and that's catching the gold while the rest goes by. Okay, we can live with this. Rock, that's entirely possible. Assay, it's going to take some research. That's why tomorrow the plan is I'll clean out the heavies in the tank in 4 installments and check the sluice between them to see what's going on, and so that if I have a problem like that, I can just stop and clean it out, make adjustments, and do it again, and go from there. Another thing that has been brought up that I think has a great deal of merit is there's a kind of detector called a Falcon MD20. Now they're very small. I don't have one sitting here right now. I will next week. I should have 2 in our cargo trailer. I just have to go find them and such, but and make sure they work. Theoretically, they've had the batteries removed and the electronics should be fine. Yeah, we'll find out when I, dig them out. But a Falcon MD20 can pick up pretty small pieces of gold, and we will probably start examining the vein every slice we take off of it, do a quick scan of the vein, because it's also not unlikely at all that what we're getting is pockets of the coarser gold. Most of it might be fine gold, but then you're going to get these pockets of coarse gold, which are going to tend to be pretty good grade too. So we can take that material and run it separately. Run it through a gravity first and then throw it in the agitation tank. Yeah, Rock, these things can happen. And the whole situation, it's a situation. It's not a problem per se. We have no idea how much, call it unleachable gold, we have. I suspect it's a fair amount because on one tank that we ran, due to a number of factors, including a leaky nose, it was in the tank about 2 weeks, maybe a little more.
3.5.
Eva says 3.5 weeks.
Is our record.
And if you took the head grade assay, do the calculations with the tonnage and amount of solution, we got about 158% recovery into solution, which tells you that there was a lot that wasn't assayed. The assayer, 1/5 of a 5-gallon pail full of fine gold. That'd be awful hard to lift. But anyhow, yeah, that was just because other things were screwed up, not the least of which the RC46, the motor that we got for it wouldn't work. So we're processing ore. I go to jaw crush more ore. I can't jaw crush it. Well, there's no reason to dump the tank when you got nothing else to put in it. So we just kind of left it there. And then I got nosebleeds all over the place and this and that. So by the time we were back ready to run again, it was, according to Eva, 3.5 weeks. She's the one keeping the records.
23 days.
23 days.
Went in on the first, came out on 24.
So that'd be 3.3. But anyhow. And so, okay, 158% dissolution. Well, that clearly shows you that the head grade assay or the solution assay are not accurate. Okay, it's just physically impossible to do that. That's what got me started thinking about coarser gold. It was like, well, if that was coarser gold, if there's some coarse gold in there, it's notoriously difficult to assay. Chris or Rock can confirm that. Coarse gold is a real pain to assay. And so I thought, well, that would explain that phenomenon there without, the labs being off. And that's why I started looking. But yeah, if the actual ore grade is that much different from the assay grade, then we have an important amount of gold to recover that's currently just winding up on the pad, and it's too big to leach effectively. So we need to deal with the situation, especially as the richer the ore, the more this problem is likely to occur. In other words, the coarser, the richer the ore, the coarser the gold tends to be. So it'll tend to be a worse problem the better the ore. So we definitely need to address it and get a handle on it. But we might actually have twice the grade that we think we do. And I went and talked to I emailed the assayer, and I was a little surprised he's only using a 40 mesh screen, but he's basically pulverizing, screening, and assaying the fines that go through the screen while throwing away the coarse that doesn't. And therefore,
Therefore, his assays may weigh light.
It's not going to pick up these at all. Of course, if it did, the assay, if you picked up one of them chunks of 15 mesh stuff, that's going to assay at like 200 ounces to the ton, for that size sample, or more maybe. I don't know. It's a pile. I mean, it'd just be ridiculous. So I think we can kind of assume that the fire assay is what you might call the readily leachable gold is around this number. That's what we're working on, Triggy. I say we're trying right now to figure the situation out. And right now we're just putting a sluice in between the agitation tank and the dump area out on the pad to try and get some kind of an idea what's happening and how much gold of what size and this and that. So yeah, it's an interesting situation, but
I need a way to crush that.
Having more gold than you think you have in a relatively easily recoverable form, even if it's not the recovery system that you currently have designed for, is not the worst problem that has ever happened in mining. I will tell you that. I say, and we don't know what the ultimate grade is going to be, both of what we're digging through and how much is readily leachable and how much is gravity.
Need a way to crush stuff to 100 mesh, and I'll assay it.
Yeah. But so,
book says 200.
Fine. In a year, we'll get it. Okay? We can't. We're talking thousands of dollars and a lot of time. Patience, little one. But I say it's one of those situations. Plus, you'd have to grind, 100 pounds to 100% passing 100 mesh to get a good statistical base on that, and then probably run 3 assay ton samples. Say coarse gold is a real pain in the ass to assay. It is not good. What you do is you crush and you gravity concentrate and weigh. That's how you deal with that. Okay, it's just literally too coarse to fire assay. So anyhow, exactly, Chris. So this is the situation we have. When I was digging last week, I was very very pleased with what I was seeing. They pulver it to 95% passing 8 mesh, and then do they just take it out of that, or did they screen after that, Rock Butcher? Because I'll bet you that then they still have to screen. Otherwise, again, you're going to get these big particles. You just throw your numbers to the ceiling. Yeah, melting and stirring is fine, Kodak. But then, let's say if you got big particles, it's just going to give you numbers that are crazy. I did a video a long time ago, and it was something like you'd get one with pretty small part, smaller than what we're talking about here, I believe. You get 1,000 assays that say there's nothing, and then one that says like 500 ounces to the ton, or say it was some insane thing like that. Is how it works when you got these big chunky particles for hard rock gold. You just can't do it. You have to have huge samples of the, tens of pounds to get reasonable statistics when you're talking 15 mesh gold, so I say it's a real pain in the butt to try and sample. First, we need to get a rough idea of what we're talking about, which is why gravity separation afterwards. I mean, we're doing 1,000-pound samples. They're not properly ground, but yeah, it's just going to be. We need a ballpark estimate of how much stuff we've got in the coarse gold, and is it concentrated in particular spots? Because if we can find the 3% of the rock that contains 100% of the coarse gold and identify it with a falcon, well, that isolates our problem over here, and we can crush it, gravity separate it, and then send it to the leach fairly easily. Again, I don't know. But when I was digging this week, again, I'm not at liberty to say what the numbers are, but visually I'm looking at that, comparing it with the stuff we tested and going, hey, I'm a really happy camper here. I think that's looking like, by using this grade control, where I'm only taking the mineralized vein, we're probably already getting a higher grade than what I was anticipating 10 feet down. So that's good. When you got to haul it and leach it and this and that, the grade is important.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
At least 42 people found dead in an 18-wheeler in San Antonio.
That's a shame. 1 millimeter diameter. Let's see how big 1 millimeter is. Inches, microns. That would be what, 1,000 microns? 18 mesh. Okay. Yep. So anyhow, for those of you who aren't terribly familiar with hard rock gold, this is a complicated question to answer. It is not something that's going to be simple. On the other hand, it doesn't seem to be anything to stop production for. If there's a whole bunch of gold, we can always rework the tailings later, when we offload the pad or whatever. So it's not what you might call a showstopper, where you just got to stop everything and figure it out before you continue. And due to the weather situation, we're just going to keep on cranking the ore. Right now, we're running 1,000 pounds per batch, which is only taking me 2 hours to run through the Stutenroth. So a single 1 millimeter diameter particle reads 1 ounce per ton in a standard assay ton. I'm not sure if that's correct, Chris. If it is, then that wouldn't be too bad. But so that's kind of our situation right now, and it makes life interesting. Okay, we've got, I say, some things. Okay, that looks a little better, Chris. but it's one of those deals where it's like unexpected, a complication, but anything but a disaster. Yeah, I mean it's it's like, oh, we got more gold than we knew. Oh, what a shame! I'm brokenhearted. 95% passing, 140. Yeah, see, Rock, that's a lot better than what my assayer has been doing. Okay, I say he runs it, he crushes it, pulverize it reasonably well, but then he screens it to 40 mesh, unless he typoed me, you know. And
The book would not approve.
yeah, what does the book say, little one?
100 to 200.
100% passing, 100 all the way up to 200. Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds
And
right
some
to me.
of them are up to 400.
Yeah, say it's a very complex process to try and take a little sample and make it as representative as possible for a large amount of rock. That is not easy to do in the lab, and that's just physics. It's reality. It's not. It's no reflection on the skill of the assay or whatever. It's pure physics. But we're going to have some fun this week trying to figure things out.
I'm doing stuff too.
It's going to be interesting. So I say that's interesting. How are you feeling now, little one?
I'm feeling fine.
You're feeling fine? Okay, good.
And I'm going to be investigating the mysterious black powder this week.
Oh, yeah. As we were eluting the gold from the resin, or trying to elute the gold from a resin, we're getting a little black powder that's being generated. He was stirring it with
and it's attracted to plastic.
the plastic spoon, and it's stuck to it. And so she's collecting that, and we'll fire assay that. It's nice to be able to fire assay stuff. And we have elution experiments going on. We were hoping initially that the resin could be somebody's. Is this Keith Bowen? Well, yeah, it is, but what the hell's the problem? 928, that's from Tucson.
That's from Yuma.
Yes, it is. That says nothing. Don't say my number. Please. That's fine. I have no intention of doing it. I think somebody's watching. Oh, okay. Thank you, whoever you may be. I would appreciate that. Did you get my email address where you can send a more complex? Evidently, the mysterious person is watching the live stream. Chris says, test it with a little hydrogen peroxide. If it fizzes like mad without changing, it's probably manganese dioxide.
Okay. Darn, I was looking forward to furnishing it.
Okay. Well, let me text you my email here.
I will come talk to them while you text that person. Excuse me.
She wants to talk.
Move, dude.
Somebody wants.
Hey, everybody. Well, anyway, so here we are in the middle of eluting this resin, and we're now on the third rinsing of it. The first rinsing turned a deep, deep ruby orange reddish. The second rinsing, the liquid was deep, deep ruby orange reddish. It's 2% lye and 3% Eco Gold X. Well, when I rinsed it the third time, there's this mysterious black powder that showed up. And I'm like, whoa. So, unfortunately, I wasn't able to preserve it in the filter when I rinsed them the third time. But then I was stirring it with the spoon, and lo and behold, this stuff sticks to the spoon. So by keeping the spoon at exactly the right angle and kind of twitching it a little as I lift it up, all the beads fall off and all the black powder stays there. So with great care and attention over the period of several hours, I managed to salvage about a gram of this stuff. I'm going to try to get another gram so I can play with it. But that's what I had fun doing.
By the way, this person suggested taking the resin, putting it in a cupel, putting another cupel over the top of it, and then heating it. I forgot exactly. I think it was 1,200 degrees or something.
Okay.
But anyhow, we have that.
I'll give it a try. Already did.
Never know what's going to happen on the live stream.
Already did essentially the same thing with the scorification disc, but I'll give it a try with cupel.
So we've got a lot of questions to answer in a lot of different ways. And no, Chris, we have a multi-element analysis in process right now on the standard leach solution. We attempted to elute the resin with 1% sodium hydroxide, 2% Eco Goldex. We got a very darkly colored solution, and a sample of that is at the lab. Oh, we got you plenty there, Rock. What size are most of those samples in terms of grams?
Anywhere from 15 grams to 20.
15 to 20 grams of dried resin, Rock. And they're all in, sealed tubes. They're fine. I mean, big. I think they're 50 milliliter centrifuge tubes with caps. So yeah, you should have plenty to play with.
You got tons, zillions.
And so let's say we're trying elution. We're trying this. Well, that's, we figured it's better to send you too much than too little. And we're not worried about losing any gold because it's all coming back, and then we can play with it, so no big deal. In the terms of the highly loaded resins, we prefer not to have dried it because now we have to probably smelt it. Although, I don't know, we could try eluting and see what happens.
I already tried rehydrating some of it. Didn't work.
Did you try elution solution to see what happens?
I haven't tried elution solution on the loaded kind yet. I tried rehydrating it with salt water. Nothing happened. I tried rehydrating it with distilled water. Nothing happened.
Yeah. So anyhow, we're playing around. Don't know yet, Tricky. We haven't got the results back from the lab. You could clearly see visibly that something's going into the solution. It gets much darker. And I guess that's rhyming instead of alliteration, Rock. Not bad. The idea is, first of all, we would like to elute at room temperature. If it takes longer, no big deal. Using elevated temperatures and such makes perfect sense when you've got a big system and dedicated people and a big budget and like that. But if I can elute things in a couple of days at room temperature versus 3 hours at an elevated temperature, I'll go for the room temperature. And the basic
less energy
concept, I had there it is. Oh, the basic concept for stripping the solution, for the resin, and this is more schematic than anything else. You can have a container or just a barrier, and you have your resin in here, and you put solution in, kind of overflow, and then here you got an electrolytic cell, and plate it out of solution, and then pump it back over to here. And so you could do it all in the same container. You just have kind of a permeable barrier there. It's something that just holds the resin in, which is easy to do. That's probably more likely. But we've currently got a sample at the lab to get an idea how the first pass worked out. And yeah, the solution to pollution is dilution. Yep. You try running a live stream at the same time, Rock, and see how it goes, huh? Especially when you're 66. But that's kind of the concept now. And first thing we have to do is see whether or not we're actually getting the gold out of the resin. If we are, then nice, Chris. Getting a little old, so I'll only give you a 7 on that one. But if it's actually extracting gold, then we'll have to see how a recirculating solution system, because then you're bringing your solution concentrations down. Theoretically, that should be increasing the kinetics of dissolution into the solution, and see what happens there. What the ultimate elution amount is. I mean, how much gold gets left in the resin. That may be one of these follow-on tests I was talking to you about, Rock. And then the next thing is, can you then reuse the resin? In theory, that should be relatively easy, but it may need a reactivation basically, or it may just be ready to reuse right then. These are all things we'll have to figure out. Okay. If the gold doesn't literally evaporate into thin air, you're not going to lose it. So not a problem. It may take some work, but eventually you're going to figure out how to get it. I mean, you could, as long as it's going into solution, you could theoretically, saw something sparkly there. You could theoretically just dry out the solution too. Yeah, those are just crystal faces. So it's pretty, but none of it's gold. I'm not sure what those white rounded things are. But anyhow, let's see. Those tubes have been centrifuged. No. They haven't been centrifuged. We just happen to get, the lab gives us free centrifuge tubes, Rock, for our samples. And once he's done with them, he gives back the used tubes to us. I mean, with the samples still in them, we'll just dump them back into the pond area, wash the tubes out. Eva takes a little acetone on a cotton ball, cleans off the marker, and we have a bunch of new tubes, so to speak. So it's kind of our standard container for stuff that size. So here's some right here. These I'm pretty sure were brand new ones. You know, this is something we could check too, little ones, see if there's any gold in that. These are the magnetic metallics from our ore. That's what those are. Everything that we sent you except for one has been dried. One is still wet from right out of the cartridge. And so they shouldn't be a problem. Part of the things we're testing is, does the drying methodology seem to change the amount of gold based on the XRF? Because that seemed to occur when we were using the fire assay. So we shall see. Go ahead, Tricky. You take care. Hug the kids. So anyhow, that's, all it is. I say there's 9 tubes this big being sent to you with stuff in them. So That's what it's all about. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, when I said follow-on tests, this elution thing is one of those, tests that we may send you to do. Although with the ability to fire assay it, it's not as critical. But I'm not extraordinarily confident in the reliability of our fire assay methods at this time. I really appreciate all the help, Rock.
I'm
This
trying.
would be very interesting. I didn't say it's your fault, little one. I said that I'm not,
That stuff is a bitch to do anything with.
Yeah, it tends to be kind of inconsistent and not sure exactly what's critical, what's not. Is it sample variability or what? No big. I mean, Eva can take two samples of the same stuff with the same flux, fire them at the same time, same oven,
and 10% variation,
and get a 10% difference. So say it could easily be sample variability. These things are not as nice. Okay. I understand, Rock. Plus, I imagine this is kind of on the bleeding edge of our knowledge base, not somebody's, but ours. And so it's always kind of fun to be doing experiments when you don't know what the answer is going to be. That's correct, Kodak, but certain forms of gold, like gold chloride, are much more volatile than that. Our testing seemed to indicate that out of the resin, if you take that temperature up to even 200 degrees while you're drying it, you're going to lose like half the gold. That seems extraordinary and rather implausible, but did in fact seem to be the case. So it's nice having another way to test the resin. If rock comes back with the same results using an XRF, it says, okay, this resin here, which was air dried, has this percentage gold, and this, which was oven dried, had half that. We can say, okay, it appears to be a real phenomenon. I mean, the gold itself is somehow volatilizing. It's attaching itself to something that vaporizes. Not so much the gold itself, but the gold complex that's volatile. Okay, so I say that's one of the really odd things we ran into. That this gives us a chance to kind of double check that and see what the heck is going on. Because if rock comes back and says no, same results, they got the same amount of gold, then okay, what's happening is the drying process is changing the resin in some way, or changing the complexing, or something's happening in the resin that's making it harder to get into the fire assay button.
Well, I might get more inspired if I had a lab coat.
Yeah, I know. We're working on the lab coat, little one. Okay.
I'd get really inspired
I think that's a
if
hint.
I had a Van de Graaff generator.
But anyhow, and Eva has been pushing pretty hard. Physiologically, slinging buckets of rock is kind of tougher. It's not easy for me. I backed down on the size buckets I was doing a bit because, bucket after bucket after bucket. And so I'm really, really proud of her. And she's been an extraordinary help doing all the lab work and stuff while I'm doing big stuff. But also
and the paperwork.
The out at the mine, right now I can run the winch from below, but the controller is right at the end of its cable. Real quickly, I won't be able to do that. I'll have to have somebody above, or we're going to wind up having to get hi Ricky, a remote controlled winch. So that is, very much help. And then also, when I send stuff down the high line, even if we had something that would automatically uncouple the bucket, and I thought of ways that could make a hook that would, once the weight's off of it, you're gonna. But even then, you're only going to get a couple buckets before somebody's got to move them by hand. Jim is out in the field doing fun stuff that he will discuss when he can discuss it, Ricky. But he's having a good time. He's perfectly healthy and having a good time. What I did for Eva to make things easier is, if here's the landing pad, and here's the crossbuck that holds the cable. The cable comes down here to an anchor. We took a timber and a plank like this. So as the bucket comes down here, it comes to a stop right here, and it kind of slides up a little bit, so it takes the tension off of the connection with the, we're using a carabiner right now, so that Eva doesn't have to physically hold the weight of the bucket while she undoes it. That makes her job a lot easier, but that's still, well, let's see. What is the weight percentage? Let's see. 35. Okay, she's still trying to pick up roughly 26% of her body weight or more, and go from there. Then I'd have to have something for the ore bin to dump into, Chris, and we'd have to build a skip, and we have to be able to take the skip down and put it somewhere. Blah blah blah. It all is as who is it? Is it David? As somebody says, and. Okay. Yeah, Rock. That would probably be a good idea. Yeah, I thought it was you, David. Exactly. So we have a pretty simple system that works. If we wind up, no, it's not the limiting factor, Chris. That's it. Yep. That's working fine. I say it's just a matter of right now. Eva can only move so much, and she's getting in shape. So am I. I'm a limiting factor too. And when we left this week, I was pretty ready to go myself physically. I mean, my energy level had dropped significantly. Part of that might be due to the temperature. It wasn't hot, not for an Arizona boy, but I was sweating a little bit.
We didn't have any salt.
She was in worse shape than me because she didn't have any salt. But yeah, the mining itself seems to be pretty much doing as expected. A more important thing, in my opinion, right now, Chris, would be to design an automatic restraint system for the skip, so that if it comes loose from the cable or the winch breaks or anything like that, it automatically grabs the rungs on the ladder track and stops itself. Okay. Right now, if the cable breaks, if a pin comes loose in the hook, if anything breaks on that or whatever, it's just going to free fall to the bottom. And somebody, let's see, that would be me, is also at the bottom. Can't use dogs per se, Rock, because it's not, grabbing the guides. But if I take, let's see, we've got the ladder track like this, head frame, bull wheel, and if the carriage had something like this this is a hook basically with springs here, so that when you're pulling on it, the hook is pulled away from the ladder. But if you lose tension on that, the springs drag it to grab a rung. It would work kind of like a dog. There's also be a safety parking brake. You know, you bring it down to the bottom or whatever. If you want to secure it so that it can't move, you can just either, this carriage is light enough, you can just hold it and say, you know, keep lowering, and that will engage it. Or you could probably just push that and again engage it. So now it's physically hanging from one of the rungs of the ladder track. Yeah, no, it's not timber guided. That steel ladder track is what it rides on. It's using basically steel wheels that they used to have rubber tires on them, but the rubber tires are not there anymore. Just the small ones from Harbor Freight, and so it just rides on the top of the round tubing. I agree with you, Chris. Unfortunately, one of the problems is because of the physical constraints, once it's hoisted to the top, it's got to sit there while I climb up the ladder, get out, and then it gets lowered down to where I can offload it. So again, that would be a good place to have a safety device. And there's a lot of ways of doing that too, but I can only fix one thing at a time. Yeah, I do. I climb the ladder. I don't ride in the skip at all. And there's all kinds of things, but yeah, just I say you could easily, for what Eva's doing, we could have a piece of rope with a carabiner, and you can just clip it to the axle too. You know, I say there's a lot of ways we could improve the safety a little bit. Say right now, I got to change the ladder track. I got to start putting in ground control. I got to start hanging chain link. All these things I have to design, implement, and routinize first. So yeah, there's just a lot of crap involved in all of this stuff. But I agree, it would be nice to have some kind of safety system there that's really reliable and gives you a secondary backup. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways of doing it, Rock. I'm not doing it the safest way at the current time, but it's very simple, and I have ideas on how to make it safe in the long run. Yeah, right now I don't have much room at the bottom too. I mean, even though I stand as far as I can get from the bottom of the ladder track, I'm still only like 6 feet from the impact point. And currently that's not enough. Now, later on, when I've got like a 15 or 20 foot platform, um, that would work fine, because the debris isn't probably going to fly that far. But for right now, yeah, you know, you just have to be careful and take your time. I agree, Rock. But I say that's what I'm doing, because basically um, the drill bit that you use for the size drill bit you use for the Sierra Blaster takes a 3/8 inch spike perfectly, just a little bit of friction, but you can drive it in easily. So I'm going to start out with 10-inch long, 3-foot spikes. 10-inch long, 3/8 inch diameter spikes with fender washers on now to hang chain link and just take it to the level I want. I mean, it's real easy to add on to the bottom of chain link as you go down. So shouldn't be a big problem. But we need to start putting it up now while I can still get to everything. Right now, I can basically reach up and touch the back. Real quickly, that's not going to happen. It's going down, 2 feet a shift at the present time, practically. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
What about the ceiling?
At both now. For the back, we're going to be putting in stoles with lagging on top of them. Basically, we'll go rib to rib and then lay planking on top. Because you can chain link the back, but for that you really need rock bolts. You need something that can pull it as a 100-pound rock is pulling
there's good ore up there.
Yeah, I know there's good ore up there. And theoretically, if you did it that way, you could still access it. Yeah. You could basically, I think we're a little too close to surface to really go after it right there where we're at now. But once you get down a little bit, yeah, if you get your stoles socketed in well and everything, you can just lay planks to the ladder track and walk over there and start working horizontally too. We may do that in the not too distant future here. The other problem when we get near the 40-foot level, as you pointed out, there's that 12 to 18 inches of stuff hanging on the high wall that looks like it's running pretty good grade. And so we'll need to peel that off, get to good high wall, and probably haul that as ore too. And again, that's going to be tricky to do. It's not going to be real simple working horizontally in midair, which is where you're going to be. You're going to be.
You mean you're going to be there?
Yeah.
I'm going to be with the video camera.
Yeah. And so, as I say, my concept is to cut sockets in the walls and then wedge stoles in place, and that should give me good enough anchorage that we can work. I may
really happy, so it should.
I may also take like a 3/8 inch rod and drill into there and then run a rod angling through the stole into the wall too. Anyhow, as it's a very, very interesting project. Nothing is going to just be simple and straightforward, although it's of limited complexity overall. Anyhow, I think I see somebody back there. So I guess I'm supposed to get ready to start doing the sign language interpretation.
My sign is not here.
Well, you aren't here yet either, so.
I need my sign. Hi, everybody. It has been an interesting week, hasn't it? Hi, Chris. Hi, Rock Butcher. Hi, everybody else. It has been one heck of an interesting week in the news, which is why we shall be ignoring the news. Though I will say that whole Roe v. Wade thing is getting really kind of touchy. As you all know, Arizona sucks rocks. But even in Arizona, when they had an insurrection in Phoenix the other day, they actually did something about it. Color me shocked, but they did something about it. It was amazing. So let's see what's in the news. Metals haven't crashed this hard since the Great Recession. Well, no shit, Sherlock. You're going to have to do without an interpreter at the moment because he decided to disappear. I do believe he's possibly using the restroom. Industrial metals are on track for the worst quarter since the 2008 financial crisis, as prices are pummeled by recession worries. The Great Recession. I don't know. It seems to me the 70s were pretty darn bad. And I bet anybody who's old enough to remember the 30s, which does not include me, would have found those pretty damn bad too. But apparently 2008 is now our benchmark for the potential end of the world as we know it, financially speaking. Okay? Copper, the great economic bellwether, has ricocheted into a bear market from a record 4 months ago, while tin just tumbled 21% in its worst week since the 1980s crisis froze London trading for 4 years. It's a dramatic reversal from the past 2 years when metals surged on a wave of post-lockdown optimism. Inflationary predictions and supply snarls. Now inflation is here and supplies are still tight. But prices are plummeting as worries about a slowdown in industrial activity across major economies dovetail with slumping demand in China. For a metal like copper, its uses in everything from heavy industrial machinery to advanced electronics means the market is tightly linked to economic shifts, and the retreat marks a signal from commodities markets that efforts to get prices back under control are having some early successes. Artificial manipulations and methods to get prices under control are having some early successes. Methinks they may have a different definition of success than I do. But then again, you know, the mood in metals has soured. Even as Chinese COVID-19 lockdowns start to ease, there are signs that traders there are betting copper prices will fall further. Even if China recovers in the second half, it won't be able to single-handedly boost prices back to new highs. That age has gone, Amelia Zhaofu, head of commodity strategy at BOCI Global Commodities, said by phone from London. If other major economies are heading toward a recession, China won't be growing at exceptional rates either. One has to wonder whether China will actually be growing at all. After all, though it may have missed the Western news, the real estate market in China is now at, well, let's just say that it's kind of imploded. And their banking system's not doing much better. Chinese manufacturing activity is already shrinking, and S&P Global gauges on Thursday showed European manufacturing output contracting for the first time in 2 years. Well, derp, I wonder how much that has to do with energy problems. While U.S. output hit a 23-month low. Again, I wonder how much that has to do with inflation and energy problems. Even so, the magnitude of the accelerating sell-off in copper and other industrial metals suggests investors are betting on much steeper declines in demand in the coming weeks. Copper hit a 16-month low of $8,122.50 a ton on the London Metal Exchange on Friday, with an 11% drop so far in June, putting it on course for one of the biggest monthly losses of the past 30 years. Wow, that sounds a little ominous. Metals from aluminum to zinc have also plunged, and the Bloomberg Industrial Metals Spot Sub-Index is down 26% this quarter, headed for the biggest drop since the end of 2008. Tin has more than halved from its March peak. Metals have been harder hit than other commodities like crops and energy, where supplies and trade have been more forcefully affected by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Bloomberg Energy Spot Sub-Index is up 10% since the end of March, while a corresponding agriculture index fell 9.7%. Yet copper and several other metal markets are still facing some of the tightest supply conditions ever. With inventories dwindling globally and little sign of significant new supply, even staunch copper bulls like Goldman Sachs Group had warned the demand destruction may be necessary to help ease the strain. Demand destruction. I don't like the sound of that. The rout in industrial metals started earlier this month after the Federal Reserve hiked interest rates by 75 basis points and warned its effort to bring rampant inflation back under control risked sparking a recession. But the sell off accelerated last week, even as investors in other markets start to price in an earlier end to the Fed's rate hike cycle. The Federal Reserve has warned it has little influence over the supply side drivers that have underpinned the surge in commodities like crude oil, while demand for essential goods like gasoline and food will remain resilient as the pressure on consumer finances grows. But the Fed's rate hikes could have much more immediate impact on discretionary spending, potentially bringing an end to boom in metals demand in areas like property, car making, and durable goods. And with manufacturers facing rising borrowing costs, there's also growing risk to demand in areas like construction and industrial machinery, which account for a major portion of overall usage. Evidence of the bearish shift in sentiment is clearest in the Chinese market, where open interest in Shanghai Futures Exchange copper contracts has risen sharply during a steep decline in prices. That signals traders are adding new shorts rather than selling out of bullish positions. On the LME, exchange data suggests the recent slump has been driven more by investors bailing on bets on rising prices, while bearish positioning has been broadly flat for most of the month. That could reflect hesitation about betting against the market at a time when exchange inventories remain near critically low levels, after a sharp decline in stockpiles helped drive a historic surge in spot copper prices late last year. Nickel bears got caught out in an even bigger short squeeze in March, while new supply chain crisis is brewing in the zinc market after readily available LME inventory sunk to a record low last week. For now, the recessionary risks around copper are driving away generalist investors, said Bokai's Few. Some of the so-called tourists have decided they want to get out for the time being. From a trading perspective, that makes sense, but fundamentally, these markets are still very tight. Yep, yet another indicator that the Great Recession that we're in now might become a Great Depression, but then again, according to our dear leaders and the Federal Reserve, ain't gonna happen. Of course, we all trust the government, don't we? Some of us are a little smarter than that. Speaking of Arizona, which, as we all know, sucks rocks, they had some sort of good news there. U.S. court upholds Arizona land swap deal for Rio Tinto copper mine. A U.S. appeals court has ruled the federal government may give thousands of acres in Arizona to Rio Tinto plc for a copper mine, upholding a lower court's ruling and rejecting a request from Native Americans who said the land has religious and cultural import. The 2-1 ruling from the San Francisco-based Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, wow, the Ninth Circuit actually did something for once, issued late Friday night, essentially defers to a 2014 decision made by the U.S. Congress and then President Barack Obama to give the land to Rio for its Resolution Copper project as part of a complex land swap deal. Speaking of land swap deals, Lord Malarkey and the eco-terrorists in charge of our Department of Interior are sequestering even more of the American people's land in sanctuaries for endangered species that actually don't live there. But,
That's
just
pretty
one of
endangered.
those things. Apache Stronghold, a nonprofit group comprised of members of the San Carlos Apache tribe and others, said it would appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. And good for them. I actually think they should. We need to have some consensus of what's going on in terms of mining laws, land use laws, and the claims of all parties involved. Now, I don't know whether this land actually does have historic, religious, and cultural definitions for these tribes. But yes, use the darn legal system for things that are actually useful for once. The Arizona dispute centers on the federally owned Oak Flat campground, which some Apache consider home to deities, and which sits atop a reserve of more than 40 billion pounds of copper. If a mine is built, it would create a crater 2 miles wide and 1,000 feet deep that would destroy that worship site. Rio and minority partner BH Group plc have already spent more than $1 billion on the project without producing any copper. While two judges said they were sensitive to Apache's religious concerns, they stressed their ruling was narrowly tailored to the question about whether the government can do what it wants with its own land and whether the land transfer would prevent Apaches from practicing their religion. As we reach this conclusion, we do not rejoice. Rather, we recognize the deep ties the Apache have to Oak Flat, which currently belongs to the United States government for some bizarre and unaccountable reason. The court said in its 58-page ruling, this dispute must be resolved, as are most in others in our pluralistic nation, through the political process. Well, actually, this dispute, like most dealing with the governments, should be solved by returning to the fundamental principles of the Constitution. The federal government should not be owning that land in the first place. Period. End of story. The goddess highly disapproves of the federal government's habit of stealing land that belongs to the people and the states. Always has. The dissenting judge said it was absurd and illogical to think the land swap would not impede Apache's religious rights. A bill under consideration in the U.S. Congress would undo the 2014 land swap, though its fate is unclear. President Joe Biden took steps to pause the land swap last year, though he has few options to delay it indefinitely. Well, Lord Malarkey is usually pretty good at doing things that he has few options to do, so we shall see. All the evidence suggests the land exchange was meant to facilitate mineral exploration activities, nothing more and nothing less, the court said in the ruling. The proposed mine project comes as demand jumps for copper to make electric vehicles and other electronic devices. Wendler Noisy, one of the leaders of the Apache stronghold, denounced the decision. My children, grandchildren, and the generations after them deserve to practice our traditions at Oak Flat, he said. Rio, which is based in Australia and Britain, said it would continue to talk with Apaches and others opposed to the mine. There is significant local support for the project. However, we respect the views of groups who oppose it and will continue our efforts to understand, address, and mitigate these concerns, said Rio spokesperson Simon Latondra. Mila Besic, the Democratic mayor of Superior, town closest to the campground and supporter of the mine, said she was relieved by the ruling. The Ninth Circus ruling provides further confirmation that permitting must continue. Well, good luck with that. I mean, Rosemont down in Tucson got permitted for everything, and they're still not in operation. So, Rio Tinto may find they have a money pit on their hands, and not the good kind. Representatives for BHP were not immediately available for comment. Wow. Terry Rambler, chairman of the San Carlos Apache tribe, was also not immediately available for comment. Wow. Really now. But yes, Rio Tinto apparently is going to have a monumental multi-billion-dollar headache on their hands with this one. I can absolutely see the reasoning on both sides. But all this primarily comes down to why in the hell should anybody have to do land swaps with the federal government in the first place? Newsflash, they're not supposed to own the land. The states and the people, and in this case, probably the Apache tribe, are supposed to own the land, not the federal government. The federal government, by the way, you may notice, sucks rocks. So those are just a couple of the interesting little news stories of the day. G7 sanctions on Russian gold could backfire. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Let's see now. Earlier today, I was reading that a couple more nations, namely Iran and Argentina, are looking to join the BRICS. And the BRICS are looking to float a commodities, a currency, digital and perhaps physical, that is supported by a basket of commodities, including gold, silver, oil, nice things that everybody should have hanging around. And now we have imposed G7 sanctions. It should be noted that Russia just defaulted on foreign loans for the first time since 1918. I'm sure Vlad, the invader, is very, very upset by this because while our media has apparently overlooked the most salient fact in this whole default thing, the reason the default happened is because the West decided to remove all the legal means to pay the debt. Now, I don't know about you, but as far as the goddess sees it, this is rather simple. If I owe somebody $100 and they say, you still owe me my $100, but you can't give me dollars, you can't use a credit card, you can't use a debit card, you can't use gold, you can't use silver, and then they turn around and say, I am at fault for not paying my loan when they have removed all legal means for me to do so, the goddess would have an issue with this, as any rational individual should. When people owe you money, you cannot shut down the means of payment and expect the debt to still be honored. This is a contract here. These national and international debts are contracts. They're obligations. You have breached your contract, people. But all you're hearing on the news about this is, oh, yay, Russia defaulted. Well, yeah, since they don't have any means to pay, they have the money. The money is being refused. Therefore, the contract has been breached. Now, long ago and far away in the great state of New Hampshire, I don't know if it's still the rule, if you tried in good faith to pay a debt and your debtor refused, then the debt was fucking canceled. So, the G7 sanctions on Russian gold could backfire. Well, color me totally unsurprised here. Russia is the world's second largest producer of gold. Yes, indeed. When the London Bullion Market Association delisted Russian gold refiners in March, many expected the move would push gold prices higher. Instead, gold has fallen roughly $100 an ounce. My, it's amazing how that happens. Silver is in a bad condition too. Over the weekend, leaders of the G7 nations announced formal sanctions on the import of gold from Russia. The move is expected to be largely symbolic, like most of the other sanctions have been largely symbolic, because the LBMA and Western refiners, many of which are located in Switzerland, volunteered to ban imports shortly after the war began. You know, it does strike the goddess as rather odd how often Switzerland crops up in these discussions about real money. As a matter of fact, the goddess did notice that some Swiss bank, was it Credit Suisse maybe? Well, anyway, one of the Swiss banks just finished paying a very, very huge fine for money laundering. And the Swiss apparently announced today, out of the goodness of their hearts, that they would stop accepting gold, illegal gold, from Brazil. I do think it's funny how they seem to be the only country that has an appreciation for real money. They're also a country that has a long reputation for holding anybody's real money, no matter how evil they are. Of course, it has been decades since they dealt with some really bad people and held money for them, but one has to wonder about the Swiss sometimes. Just, you know, just wondering. There is some question as to how effective the self imposed restrictions were working. Well, derp. Russia reportedly shipped 3 tons of gold into Switzerland in May. Refiners there all deny being involved. Well, derp. Now that official sanctions are in place, there are theoretical consequences for further imports. Maybe the move by the G7 will impact the gold markets, at least temporarily. The effects will almost certainly not be major and long lasting. Markets adjust. The prices of commodities, where Russia is a major exporter, did spike higher immediately after Russia invaded Ukraine. Many of these commodities, including oil and wheat, have since corrected lower, giving back a good portion of those gains. Yeah, well, they're still at new all-time highs in some cases. The truth is, it's very difficult to enforce meaningful sanctions on a globally traded fungible commodity such as gold or oil. It is impossible when the sanctions are not universally adopted. China, India, and many other nations have no interest in joining this sanctions regime. Yeah, politics makes for strange bedfellows sometimes. There's nothing stopping enterprising refiners in places like India from melting Russian gold and making new bars with an acceptable hallmark for re export to the West. It is not difficult to obscure the origin of the metal, and it's not difficult to obscure the origin of oil either. Even in the case of India, everybody is politely looking the other way when India is at all-time high oil exports, considering they don't have any. And it should be noted, India is due some congratulations because they're now amongst the top 5 economies in the world. Yes, good for them. Thus far, at least, Russian producers remain happy to sell the metal to trading partners in the East or Westerners willing to circumvent the rules. Demand is not going unmet. Vladimir Putin is openly hostile to the Federal Reserve note as the world's reserve currency. He may be Vlad the Impaler, but he is not stupid. He has promoted alternatives, including a currency backed at least in part by gold. He understands Western central banks and governments do not want surging gold prices to be paired with the dramatic price inflation already underway. Instead of theatrics, Putin could impose genuine restrictions on exports and force the market to adjust to the absence of supply from the world's second largest producer. He might be happy to have the Central Bank of Russia buy up domestic supplies of gold and watch the international spot prices, along with the value of the ruble, shoot higher. It would not be out of character for Putin to call G7's bluff. One can only hope. The G7 is getting peculiar. Not that that's anything new for any world government. We all know this. So over on Kitco, let's see if Kitco is talking about anything useful this week. Gold closed at $18.24 and silver closed at $21.07. Down 7 in the case of silver. Platinum is still holding at $908. Rhodium is down to $13,000. Good grief. It's practically a fire sale on rhodium. Really ought to do something about that one. So let's see what Kitco has to say. $1,800 gold puts M&A projects on the table, but gold's price will go higher. The price of gold will rise due to worries about inflation, said Alistair Sill, CEO of Gold Mining Incorporated. He added that even at a price of $1,800 per ounce, it offers many opportunities for mergers and acquisitions. I think the gold price is going to go higher, he said. We're all talking about inflation. That's on the tip of everyone's tongues these days. And I think as the market gets turbulent, people will seek out gold as a safe haven. Still spoke with David Lynn, anchor and producer at Kitco News at the PDAC 2022 convention in Toronto, Canada. Gold Mining Inc. is a junior miner focused on acquiring and developing gold mines across the Americas. Despite the recent crashes in stocks and cryptocurrencies, Still said gold mining has strong fundamentals. Gold Mining Inc. is better positioned than most miners because we have such a strong balance sheet. We're sitting on almost $10 million in cash. He may have a different definition of a strong balance sheet for a small cap miner than I do, but okay. We have strong financing available to us. Oh, that's a bad idea. We've got strong institutional investors. We've got strong retail investors. I'm wondering what the land status is on their mines. We're going to get into that in a minute here. Still also pointed out Gold Mining Inc.'s strong equity portfolio, most of which consist in shares in Gold Royalty Corporation, yielding close to 1 million Canadian dollars a year in dividend income. Do I even want to try to figure out why so many real companies dealing with real money insist on playing with imaginary money and thinking it actually means something? Gold Mining Inc. said Still has a diverse portfolio of projects across America with close to 32 million gold equivalent ounces. Gold equivalent ounces. Ooh, that's a nice term. Which consists of 16 million ounces of indicated gold and 16 million of inferred gold.
No proven?
Yeah, we're going to discuss this in depth when I'm done this article, people. This is ridiculous. We're very much still bullish on the price of gold, Still said. Our chairman founder, Amir Adnani, has been very successful at purchasing properties when there were dips and downturns in the market, and he picked up a lot of the properties we have right now when gold was close to 12 or 1300 per ounce. From an M&A perspective, 18-ounce price of gold puts a lot of projects on the table. If we can maintain that price, a lot of operations will stay in play. Still, there is a runway for gold to increase due to inflationary pressures and stock market disruptions. When asked about the benefit of holding a gold mining stock as opposed to physical gold, Still responded, I would say that creates a buying opportunity. The gold equities have moved in step with the broader market. They've decoupled a bit from the gold price. The gold price is still over 1800 an ounce. As we're speaking, we think it can go higher. I think that's a buying opportunity. It's one thing to invest in the physical metal, but if you're highly levered to it as well, through a gold miner, that's an even better investment opportunity, in my opinion. Wow, what a grifter. Oh, what a grifter. Okay, so let's kind of deconstruct this whole idea here. They picked up many properties during the dip when gold was 12 to 1300. These many American properties apparently have 16 million ounces of, how did he put this? Gold. They had 32 million gold equivalent ounces. Well, this is where that old phrase, if you don't hold it, you don't own it, comes into play. Because until those fucking ounces come out of the ground, they don't count. Okay? The very idea that anyone is still considering the stock market a good place to park money quite baffles me. Because the only thing that is keeping the stock market up right now is the combined blind faith of the millions of idiots that are allowing Wall Street to fleece them. Okay? This is almost as bad as what's going on in crypto. But this is happening in our industry, and the goddess is annoyed. So, a few things you want to look at when you're looking at investing in a gold miner, a mining company, of which I would definitely not recommend this one without deep due diligence. Number one, start looking at land status. First Majestic is a wonderful example of this, a silver and gold company that has a pretty much consumer-based business model. They mine the stuff, they refine it, and they sell the silver to their consumers. If you happen to own First Majestic stock, you get a little break in the premium price and you get good prices for good silver. Very good business model. They have a beautiful project that they just got permitting for in Nevada. I read the report, okay? The report sounds really great. I mean, we're talking huge intercepts, high silver values per ounce. And they just got permitting for drilling and exploration on 17,000 hectares or so of Forest Service land for exploration. Now, these permits allow them, over this area of 17,000 hectares, to punch 1,700 drill holes. Now, unless the goddess's math is off, that's about one drill hole for every 10 hectares. And the goddess does not speak hectare, but I'm pretty darn sure that's a pretty wide space between holes. I worry about mining companies that have so much of their operations tied up in federally held land for a reason. We currently have an eco-terrorist running the BLM, the government agency, not the domestic terrorist group that was having riots a few years ago. just because the Forest Service gave them permission to do a very, 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 very light drilling program doesn't mean they'll get permission to develop anything they find. It doesn't mean their current permits for the things they're working on federal land are going to be continued. This comes back again to if you don't hold it, you don't own it. When you're looking at a mining company, especially a small cap miner, you want to look for one that has as much of their operations on private land or patented claims as you can possibly find. There are probably a few out there. They're not going to be big concerns. The stock is not going to be selling for $10, $12, $14 a share. It's going to be selling for $1 or $2 a share. But at least there you know that their right to operate is not going to disappear. Now, as to these yo-yos, the 32 million ounce equivalent does not impress me in the least, since as the interpreter pointed out when he actually spoke, bad interpreter, when he actually spoke, he pointed out, what about proven? I don't want to hear probable. I don't want to hear inferred. I want to know what your proven reserves are that you're paying taxes, pulling out of the ground, turning into little bars, and selling to people. This was the problem with that huge article about Uganda where they found 31 million tons of gold. No, they didn't. They did aerial surveys and they saw a very, very, very large area that might possibly have decent gold in it, and they decided they have 31 million tons. For all we know, there could be 3 million tons. For all we know, there could be 31 million ounces. Okay? You don't know until you get in there. I have to wonder if companies like that guy are actually ever planning to get in there at all. I really do. Because his income stream at the moment, from what he was saying, seems to be from owning shares in other mining companies. He didn't talk at all about any active projects they have, about how many ounces of gold they sold on the market in the last year. And yeah, our market is a little weird these days. Our market is weird because, as usual, price manipulation is going on. It happens to be slightly more noticeable in silver than it is in gold as far as I'm concerned, because I pay more attention to silver. But yeah, that was a very interesting article, because this guy does not sound like he actually has any belief in what he is purporting to be mining out of the ground. All he talked about was about how gold stocks are moving with the market. I don't give a shit how a gold stock moves. I care about what is going on in our industry on the ground, people digging stuff out of the ground, because that is what matters. All the little pieces of paper floating around all over the place don't matter a bit. As the great Voltaire said, and I'm paraphrasing here, sooner or later all fiat currency returns to its essential value, zero. So that covers all the other pieces of paper too, because I'll tell you, half the companies out there whose stock is currently selling for hundreds of dollars a share, their fundamentals do not back up that price. We saw that when Elon Musk started his business with Twitter. We've seen that with Netflix. Bet we're going to see it with Amazon too. So let's see this one here. Gold weaker as investor risk appetite upticks a bit. Gold prices are slightly down in choppy midday U.S. trading on Monday. Prices have visited both sides of unchanged today. The precious metal bulls are still holding their own early this week in the face of a modest rise in U.S. Treasury yields and a recent rally in global stock markets. August gold futures were last down $3.30 at 18.27. July COMEX silver futures were last up 14.5 cents at 21.27 an ounce. Speaking of the COMEX, if you actually read their paperwork, you know they're under 70 million ounces now for silver. That's a little bit on the low side. Global stock markets were mostly up overnight. U.S. stock indices are ready to be mixed at midday. The U.S. stock indexes closed at a technically bullish weekly high closes last Friday. Technically bullish. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the headlines on that. But after the stock market had had several of the worst weeks that they'd had in years, they had a nice little tiny bump up that didn't begin to recover most of the losses. And it was a bullish, it's now a bull market for some bizarre reason. Trader and investor risk appetite is a bit more upbeat on ideas the Federal Reserve may not be so aggressive on tightening monetary policy for fear of setting off a recession in the U.S. economy. Yeah, already done and been in a recession. The recent declines in many raw commodity prices, including crude oil, are also hinting at inflationary pressures that may have cooled off. Yeah. In other news, the group of 7 industrialized nations is set to impose more economic sanctions on Russia, including banning imports of Russian gold. No big news. Reports say Russia has defaulted on its foreign currency sovereign debt. Bloomberg reports the situation is unusual for many reasons, as Russia has the cash to pay, and there is no formal declaration of default by ratings agencies as sanctions led them to withdraw their Russian ratings. I'm betting they don't make any official declaration of a default, because then there might be some serious questions. That goes back to what I said earlier. If you take away someone's ability to pay the debt that they have the money to pay and are willing to pay in good faith, then you can't very well ding them for a default. At least not in an insane world. Come to think of it, I don't think we're in a sane world at the moment. Just, one of those things. Yeah, I indicated is all you need to create excitement on the market. Basically, yeah, corn is a good investment. Exactly, Rock.
It depends on where you're buying. Out front here, I'd buy one coffee maybe.
No, I'll tell you, things have been a little bit bizarre this week. The Supreme Court, the SCOTUS, came out with several decisions that made half the country very happy, have the rest of the country screaming that we're someplace between Hitler's Germany and The Handmaid's Tale, with a little bit of something even worse that they can't quantify thrown in. SCOTUS overturned an unconstitutional carry gun law in New York State. Of course, California has immediately retaliated. They're trying to develop a law that says they will be able to determine whether they give you a license to carry a firearm or not by taking your expressed ideological views into account. Somehow, I kind of sort of think that might violate 2A, but then again, that's just me. It also should be noted that SCOTUS this week did indeed overturn Roe v. Wade. The left has decided that this is the end of the world as we know it because they are now convinced that their fundamental rights have been taken away. Number one, it was never a right, quote unquote, in the first place. It was a SCOTUS decision that was based on a couple of cases, and even Ruth Bader Ginsburg thought it was bad law because it was a bad decision. Number two, doesn't take away anything. It puts it back where it belongs, with the states. Some states are being stricter than others, as we all know. Number three, it tells us which companies we get to boycott because there's a whole bunch of disgusting companies out there that are currently saying, oh yeah, we'll pay $4,000 to send an employee out of state to get an abortion if we have to. Funny. Tucker pointed this out, and Tucker and I actually agree on this one. The first thing I said when I read this utter and complete bullshit is, excuse me? So in other words, to get out of paying maternity leave and insurance and family medical leave and all that good stuff, you're going to pay for your employees to get abortions. None of these companies are talking about increasing their family leave. None of these companies are talking about increasing their insurance benefits for women who decide to stay pregnant. None of these companies are talking about increasing or even offering more flexible schedules to make it easier to get childcare, or God forbid, actually offering a little bonus or on site childcare. This is being done in what I consider to be one of the most cold and ridiculous bullshit ways possible. It is being done to score woke points with idiots. It is also being done to save them money. Because if they can get their woke employees to go and have an abortion in another state, then the most they lose is a week to 10 days of work out of that employee. Heaven forbid they decide to help employees that have children get more infant formula. You know, it is really disgusting to me. That is why I'm going to be boycotting these mofos. I'm not boycotting them because they want to support abortion. I'm boycotting them because they're offering one tiny group of their employees, one group of their employees, a serious benefit, and they're not offering anybody else commensurate benefits. In fact, they're still penalizing the employees that actually want to have children. Excuse me, that is just freaking rude. It should also be noted that the star of the new light year is an extremely disgusting individual, I will say. Some of the remarks that man has made are just ridiculous. Okay. He is also donating buku bucks to some underground railroad type organization that's going to be flying women around the country for medical abortion tourism. Quite interesting. Interesting was the most polite word I could think of. That's just, one of the few, one of the things this dude has done. I am quite pleased to see that Top Gun Maverick topped $1 billion with a B in the worldwide box office. While Disney's newest Lightyear has been banned in multiple countries because of the homoeroticism going on there. And the star of this thing is altogether a really trashy human being. Disney, I am so glad that I banned the mouse from my house decades ago. I really am. The mouse has been banned from my life. It's a shame because I really liked the old Disney movies, but I won't even watch them anymore because this is just ridiculous. And good question, blind dude. How did this get in front of SCOTUS? Actually, I'm pretty sure this one was racked up in SCOTUS before Trump left office. Those guys have like a 3 or 4 year case backlog. It's not when they fast track something, they may see it the same session. They may see it the same session, but it's very, very rare that something gets up before SCOTUS and gets heard and decided on within a SCOTUS calendar year. Their calendar year is a little bizarre. Then again, SCOTUS is a little bizarre. So that's just the way it is. Yep, that is true, blind dude. You've got no law on abortion. And the funniest thing about this whole thing is they all try to claim that the United States now is the only developed nation in the world that has this horrible policy on abortion. There are only, I think it's 5 or 6 other countries in the world that have more liberal abortion policies overall than the United States. None of them, by the way, are European. All of the abortion laws in most of Europe are stricter than they are anywhere here in the US. Everybody points at Canada because apparently Canada has no national abortion law. It goes province by province, the same way it's now going to go state by state here. There's no national guarantee, there's no national prohibition. It goes the way it should. The different provinces decide what they want to do about it. Here, different states are going to decide what they want to do about it, which is what should be happening.
Not mining.
Yeah.
We're doing this for 10 minutes now.
But anyway, that is where we are this week in the news. The left is being bizarre. SCOTUS is being bizarre. Lord Malarkey, well, the squatter in the albino McMansion is being even more bizarre than usual. I'm sure we all saw the nice little checklist he had of you take your seat. Yeah. We all know how that's going. I hope everybody is stocking their pantry. Bye-bye.
Oh. Anyhow. Oh, let's see. I understand what you're saying, Muckraker, but I don't think the legal system is segregated in that exact manner. I think the states are the ones that would have that primary jurisdiction. They could relegate it to the counties, but I think the state would have to say that. I'm not sure. It's an interesting legal question.
What's the legal question?
He says, heck, it should be for the county to decide.
That can actually be done. It's like when it comes to alcohol laws, there used to be, and there probably are still, dry counties. A county can make a law as long as that law is in concordance with state.
Thank you, Muckraker. I hope everyone's still enjoying the sign language interpretation. I try and lighten things up a little bit back there. Oh, let's see. We got 16. I don't know if it's still or in addition to. So I'll kind of review what's going on right now in the mining. The mining itself, we seem to be able to produce what we're looking for, 1 to 2 tons per week. And this is some of the hard, fine-grained silica. This is more, I'm calling this red kryptonite because as people have noted, the other kryptonite tends to be more grayish, but it's all basically silica veins in the whole mineralized structure. This one here was about 4 inches across out of a total of about 14 inches. And had a lot of hematite, limonite, spongy sort of stuff. I probably will, blind dude, but right now I'm trying to get production as much as possible. We're trying to start running some tonnage. And Rock Butcher should be helping us out with finding out exactly what's going on in some of the resins. And somebody from Yuma or somewhere in Arizona suggested that, let's see what happened. Did they delete that message?
Quite possibly.
Let's see. Place the resin in a cupel, place another cupel over it. Put it in your furnace at 1200 until the black smoke stops. Keep the furnace cracked. You want oxygen to get in. I have the same furnace. If you keep the furnace closed and then open it, the carbon can blow everything everywhere. So after the smoke stops, take the cupel lid off and let it go for a minute or two. If you see a blue flame, let it go longer until it's gone. Take your now good remains out of the furnace and add litharge. Place back in the furnace and you should have a gold bead. You can put semi-dry resins in or even wet, but it's not important. So just let the lead cupel off and you will have a bead. That's how I process the resin. I was taught from some of the best. Take resins out of collection chamber, give a light rinse to get off any leach. I use those splatter things that goes over a frying pan. Okay, yeah, basically a screen. Yeah, we're kind of doing that to dry them out. But I use a 5-gallon bucket to strain my resins out. If I'm testing, I use 2 cupels to enclose the resin, but yet the thin gap is perfect for letting the carbon burn off. I presume you don't mind me saying this, whoever it is, if you're still watching. One of the things we like to do is kind of help everyone else. So you can control temperature, start from 1200, and then after it starts burning the carbonate, leaving small beads, sometimes black or brownish. You can look at the beads after they stop smoking under a microscope to see the gold in the beads. Yeah, we've noticed that part. Yeah. But not unless I'm testing. Remember, keep furnace door cracked maybe 1/8 of an inch. After smoke stops, the stinky smell. Yeah, the stinky smell is for sure. No, the resin. I don't know if I got any here. I don't think so. Yeah, there's some resin right here. These are little plastic beads that absorb gold out of the leaching solution.
Like the kind used in water softeners.
Yeah, it's very similar to stuff used in water softeners. Matter of fact, this particular resin was designed for water treatment. Let's see what we got here too. I'm using lots of resin. I'll use
Wow, that's weird.
2 scorifying dishes. If a lot of resin, crucible with a lid.
That's basically what I did with the scorifying dish.
Yeah. It's sometimes black brownish, yep.
Apparently, the sergeant at arms in charge of the Capitol Security on January 6th is dead.
Well, the sergeant at arms in charge of Capitol Security on January 6th is now dead. I'm sure it was a suicide. Yep.
Well, they said mysterious circumstances.
Mysterious circumstances, yep.
Zimbabwe is hiking their inflation by 3 digits and they're introducing gold coins. And they legalized the U.S. dollar as tender there.
Yep. So anyhow, we'll be trying some stuff. Eva is, of course, looking at that. She'll review it all. Thank you very much, whoever you are. Appreciated. Yeah, somewhat similar, muckraker. That's right. And then the problem then becomes, how do you turn the gold-loaded resin beads into gold? What does this say? Wow. It's been kind of messed up, the label. I'm guessing that these resin beads are about 5% gold or more. So I say we're trying various things to see what works the best. But yeah, I appreciate the help. Mystery person. I really do. And we've got coarse gold, coarse by hard rock standards. Some, don't know how much. It's going to take a lot of work to figure out exactly what the situation is and what should be done about it. But it's potentially enough gold. And coarse gold, by this I mean over 200 mesh. Anything bigger than 200 mesh just doesn't dissolve in any reasonable time in the Eco Goldex. So we're looking at some kind of gravity separation somewhere in the circuit there. Luckily, getting 200 mesh plus gold by gravity isn't that big of a problem in general. We may have to make a finer grind, though. So that's going to be doing a lot of research. The raw production numbers seem to be good. And in many ways, things are going just fine. We still have to figure out a nice, efficient way of getting the gold out of the resin and figure out what the heck this coarse gold situation is. So those are some of the major research projects here. Oh, be making videos on this stuff, so you'll be able to follow in more detail. Do we have any questions out there? Any gold mining questions? Also want to thank everybody for the help. Our mystery caller and our mystery texter, Rock Butcher, and of course Chris always with his helpful things. But Rock's going to be doing some interesting testing there. We'll see how that works out. It's a very interesting operation, Muckraker. It's got a lot of moving parts, so to speak, and that makes it interesting, especially as I'm trying to make it all happen on a small budget with a small ore body with minimal impact to minimize the permitting and blah, blah, blah. Blind dude, if one was the kryptonite and the other was general production numbers. I'd also look, Chris's suggestion, I also look to see what size the stuff in the hole is. If it's all just sand, then it's probably less likely to be having gold. If it's getting some gravels and cobbles too, then it might have been carrying some decent gold also. Hard to tell just from the description. And I say it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Yeah, well, this whole week's going to be pretty interesting. I would test it. Always test. Never assume. You know what they say about assume. Nature is very complicated and loves to throw you curveballs just because. So never assume anything unless you absolutely have to. Always test. If you can test it simply, just test it, and then go from there. That's just a very basic principle to keep from getting burned. Also, I'm rebuilding that kiln to have horizontal heating elements now, so we'll see how that works out. The other thing I'm doing on that kiln, Chris, is I increased the overall heating element length from 20 to 22 feet to see if I can reduce the temperature of the wire, the operating temperature a little bit, because everything that I saw indicated to me the temperature of the wire was such that it was so soft that it couldn't structurally support itself. And so by increasing the length of the wire, I increase the resistance, which will decrease the current flow, which will decrease the temperature of the wire to some extent. And we'll see how that all balances out. It's nice having the ability to make your own heating elements because you can play games like this without worrying about it. It's still going to require a few vertical runs, but I think what I'll do there is I will really stretch it out to where it's a very open coil, so it doesn't have enough slack to fold over and stuff like that. This also gives me new surfaces to drive staples into, because especially overhead, the board, the insulating board that we're putting, it's got so many holes in it now you can't get a staple to stick. So that was a serious issue. I'm not sure how even the heat's going to be, etc. It's such a small box and such high temperatures. I think that radiation and re-radiation will probably even out the temperatures pretty well, but I don't know. Anyhow, it's going to be the same amount of wire, roughly the same length of coils. Vertical runs are going to be much more stretched. It's not going to be the standard coil spacing. And we shall see what we shall see. Hopefully, I will get that straightened out so that we don't have this problem with the heating elements again. And eventually, it will last until basically it corrodes to failure. Okay. It's not going to slump to failure or things like that. Um, and we'll see what happens. Um, except for the heating element thing, I kind of like the kiln. It's a little small, but what the hell? It's only 110 volts. What can you do? You know. And we shall see what we shall see. I also had to build a little bridge over top of the thermocouple so that the heating element literally isn't, an inch away from the thermocouple with direct line of sight. I figure that would kind of mess up the ability of the thermocouple to determine what the actual temperature is. We'll see. Say, you try something, you see what doesn't work, then you try and fix what doesn't work, redesign, try again. Eventually you'll find an iteration that works reasonably well. And once I do, then everyone can learn from my mistakes. And the board that I needed to make some of the modifications was like $35, and I've used less than half of it. The expensive part is the high temperature refractory caulk. I, I don't know where Lauren gets it, and I haven't seen Lauren on tonight. He may not be watching, but he let me have a little bit. He had a little bit left in a tube. It comes in a DAP tube, and you can just put it in your thing and let it dry, and then heat it, and it's a refractory. It's pretty amazing. Reichart spiral gold concentrator. I don't know. Let me see what a Reichart spiral concentrator is. REICHART spiral. Global mining. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. I do not have any experience with them. I have not seen them used much for concentrating gold. Yeah, basically a spiral slide. Yeah. The ones that, exactly. There usually is for concentrating things like titanium sands or whatever. But I'm not familiar with them. Chris, do you have any input on this? I think it might, in a gold situation, it might work okay as a primary concentrator, but not a final concentrator. Yeah, and that's the thing that makes me suspicious, Chris. I haven't seen them used for gold much either. Now, Rock says spiral's okay for dealing with cons, but too slow a rate to process run of mine before leaching. I'm not sure if, Rock, you're talking about the kind of spiral that spins slowly. He's talking about the ones that are like a playground slide. And I know they use those for some bitty, for titanium sands production and stuff. But let's say that the actual, the kind of spiral that turns, yeah, those are pretty slow. Absolutely. That's where I've seen them used in bulk sorting of materials. I agree. I'm not sure why. I don't know the physics of why they're not used more in gold concentration. Yeah, I'm not either, Rock. I say I know that every time I've heard of them being used, it's like Chris says, bulk operations of sorting materials, like getting titanium oxide from beach sands, stuff like that. Titanium, zinc, aluminum, garnet, aluminum? What, aluminum oxide or something? Could be rock. Zinc, I could see that, but aluminum is kind of unusual. But yeah, that's what I think is high throughput. I think probably fairly good efficiency at recovering what you're looking for and rejecting the rest, but not necessarily high purity. Then I think they would probably send it to a secondary concentration to get the purity. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Rock. They might work good as a partial concentrator to where you're just trying to reduce your volume of material. But I've never seen them used in a gold operation. Doesn't mean they don't work. Just for some reason, they generally aren't used. Does that help you, sports? Cool. Thank you, sports. I appreciate it. Yeah, check it out and see. So my guess is it's a good way to get rid of a lot of waste, and then use a more precise concentrator on the concentrates. But yeah, I would love to know how they work. You got to admit they're pretty simple. Uh, so we shall see what we shall see on that. Thank you very much, sports. I love crowdsourcing stuff. This is cool. Bycatch. That's pretty good, Chris. Uh, oh, dearie. Anyhow, that's basically what's going on here. Everything seems to be going pretty good, and Eva seems to have recovered from our trip. So this should mean that in a month or so she should be in pretty good condition. Yeah, I've seen. Didn't he use a concrete vibrator? Wasn't that it, Rock or Paul? Well, Rock, I've got such fine gold that it's going to stay suspended. The stuff that I'm leaching is just going to stay suspended. And if we have a lot of um, coarser gravity gold to make it worthwhile, then we're going to have to do some serious grinding to get liberation. If we can't leach it and there's enough of it, we're just going to have to uh, grind it and concentrate it. Um, Considering how much soft iron oxides we're dealing with, um, to minimize slimes, we might want to do a crush and a leach and then a regrind. But I mean, when after we leach it, then uh, classify it and get rid of a lot of the fines. Things that got really ground up in the first milling are going to tend to be the softer minerals. So we might be able to get rid of a lot of those, and then when you regrind the next stage, you'll wind up with overall a whole lot less slimes. You know, I say it's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can plug and play the various components and processes, and so you just try these different things and see what works best. And the term "what works best" depends on a lot of factors that are not constants; they're all variables, and so you need to evaluate things in detail. Again, and Yeah, Chris, that might work fine. Um, Gosh, I don't know. The other thing about the way my mill worked is any coarse gold would tend to collect at the bottom too, and just sit there. Yeah.
I wonder if that's happening in the student room.
No, the Stutenroth is open at the bottom. Yeah. I would imagine that would be highly variable depending upon where you're at, blind dude. In the area that I'm at, the ore forming events were, like tens of millions of years ago, and the bedrock at the time was a lot of sedimentary rock, but there's also some actual extrusive volcanics involved in this area too. But the extrusive volcanics are not what was forming ore, so I think there would be limited utility in terms of finding that from surface observations, you know. Yeah, that's a good point, Rock. One thing that people are not necessarily aware of is that when you're dealing with the stages in a mine where you're actually recovering gold, not like loading resin or this or that, you have to have really good security, um, because people will steal. Ask any casino. They have some really good security. There's cameras, all kinds of stuff. Do I have plans for a sample splitter, Walt? Does that mean like the splitter I'm using? If that is correct, um, I don't have them written up as plans, but yes, it's a fairly simple device, and I could write up some plans. If you're not in a big hurry, I was talking to Lauren last winter, and he wants a splitter too. So I told him, well, hey, if you want to buy the materials so I can build another splitter, I'll give you my old one because I want to increase the width of the slots just a little bit. It'll make it work better with coarser material. And so I think I was selling for like $150. So once we're through the season, we could whip one out for you like that. If you want plans, I could probably whip up some plans too, without too much trouble. It'd be less than that, of course. But question is, matter of fact, I may have some plans. Do you have a sheet metal brake and now you can use MIG, TIG, or spot welder to put it together. Yeah, Paul, nothing like a speed controller to make things nicely adjustable. Um, that vibrating feeder. Okay, yeah, it's real simple, Walt. If you've got a brake and a spot welder, I usually do my cutting with a grinder. If you got a plasma cutter, zip, zip, zip. And I think I was building it out of, pretty sure it was 22 gauge stainless. Was a nice, weight and durability sort of thing. Um, and it's pretty easy to do. I made that design pretty simple for Resin, and see, what was it? If you got a 2 foot by 4 foot chunk of sheet metal, you can make one splitter plus some parts for the next splitter. I believe that's what it was. It may be even smaller than that. But yeah, it's not that hard at all. Do you have my email, Walt? And say how much of a hurry are you in? I think I can find plans and send them out, but I'm not sure. But it's real simple stuff. The most complicated piece is where the um, gaps are. Okay, well, yeah, if you can wait till like late fall or whatever, let me know. Or if you're in a bigger hurry than that, if you can kind of wait till I seem to be, kind of rolling smoothly, that would be nice. If something happens where you need it quicker, let me know, and I can put a little more priority on it. But yeah, you basically Keith looks like Trump. Poor Trump. Anyhow,
Trust me, Barry, you do not look like Trump.
cutting the comb seems to be. If you had a plasma cutter, I mean, even with a grinder, it doesn't take too long at all to cut the comb. Basically, you just cut a number of these uh, cuts. Then I usually like to take stainless welding requires stainless stick. Yeah, if you're using stick. Usually when you're doing stainless sheet metal like this, you'd usually go MIG or TIG, uh, just because it's so thin. Unless you're really good with stick, you're going to have problems not burning holes in things. Um, but um, the whole thing, once I make the grooves cut in it, then I like to go and on the other side just lightly groove it with a grinder wheel so that when I bend them, they bend cleanly at a particular spot, no problem. And if you had, it's a little difficult to do with a brake because they're going two different ways. Take care, David. And yeah, if you got TIG, Walt, that would be sweet. Yeah, I say it's not real thin stainless. I say 22 gauge is pretty easy to work with if you know what you're doing, which I don't. But even I can weld MIG that way. You know, um, I like a spot welder simply because it leaves a real nice finish. But TIG is beautiful. When somebody knows what they're doing, TIG does a great job, and it would be stronger. But it's not that hard. If you've got a fab shop and everything, you could probably do it in about 3 hours. You know, because you're not set up for it. You got to get your tools together and all this stuff. Could be Chris. Again, it's not my expertise. I never get to have the fancy tools, so I wind up. Yeah, popper. You don't need the JB weld, Paul. The gaps are plenty small enough. It wouldn't be. Okay, Walt. Basically just what I've got, but instead of the 3/4 inch gaps, I went to 1 1/8. That gives me an even number of gaps on each side, and it just works better if you have coarser material. If it's finely ground, it's not a big problem, but you start getting little chunks in there like 3/4 inch and this and that. Yeah, Robert, it's fairly thin, but the pieces are all stuck together and reinforce each other and such. And so it's pretty strong. I mean, I have no problems with this. I'd have to look at my. I'm pretty sure it was 22 gauge that I used. Start going like 18 gauge. It's just too heavy. You don't need the weight. I like stainless because it's clean. Yeah, I just saw that myself, Chris. Yeah. Okay. Uh, so sure. Yeah, I say for someone with the right tools and the right experience, 22 gauge is pretty easy to weld. I agree completely. I've never used TIG. I've used MIG, but I think the one I'm using right now was maybe 20 gauge, and I used MIG on it. But then I went to thinner stuff because it's like it's really heavy. It's like, hey, you don't need to be this heavy. But yeah, that sounds like a plan, Walt. And you could just send me one as payment, sort of thing. And by the way, if you want, you can build them and pay me, just a small license fee. I'm sure you could, Chris. Yeah, it'd be pretty tricky. You'd have to be a pretty good stick welder to do it. You take care, Rock, and thanks for all the help. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rock.
Okay. So I'll say, remind me next week, Walt. This is a very busy week, and I have found with my increasing age, it's hard for me to keep track of, you know, 4 or 5 things at once. Rock says, good night, Eva. And take care, blind dude. Um, so it's just easier for me to keep it to only 3 or 4 things whenever possible. It's very frustrating and a little bit scary too. But anyhow, uh, we all wear out sooner or later. Luckily, Eva doesn't want to trade me in on a lower maintenance model. She's got me broken in well, so I can understand that. She also seems to love me for some peculiar reason, which defies logic and explanation. Oh,
Well, if I don't get my Jacob's ladder and my Van Graph generator, that could change.
a little one, priorities. You know how it goes. Oh,
I'm teasing you.
anyhow, anything else, anybody? Any ideas? Okay, thank you, Walt. I appreciate it. Uh, any other questions or ideas or anything from anybody? Uh, hey, Keith. Really? Hmm. Yeah, I know, Chris. Some people got sent T-shirts. Uh, why is it not coming up here? That I do not know, Keith. It's a good question. It's the mystery of YouTube. Why fill in the blank? We do not know.
Try redoing your notification thing.
I don't know. Everyone else got it. Oh, how are you doing, Keith? Oh, physiologically, we're doing pretty good up here in general. We're having a good time. It's some interesting stuff, but I think we kind of getting the handle on things, so that's good. I'm feeling a bit more confident. We got the resin extraction thing to work out well. The elution, if we can nail that one, and then all the parts of the system. Yeah, it is hot down there. My brother called me from, I think it was Yuma, and yeah, it was hot. Absolutely. But anyhow, I say we're feeling pretty good about stuff, but we still got a lot of stuff to do, and even then, a lot of stuff to improve. It's not like it's all a done deal and nothing to change, nothing to research, nothing to think about, nothing to fix. Yeah, we got a lot of work to do, and once we finish with this season, then we'll be looking at, well, what do we do next season? Do we increase, do we try and increase production? What? We shall see what we shall see. But we're having a good time. Oh, dearie. It's only been 3 hours. See, that's what happens when we don't have Jim here. Yeah, that would be nice, Keith. Someplace you could sit like forever. They had some, what do you call them? Oh, flea markets in Southern California that would have been good years ago. Nowadays, God, who knows what's going on down there. Yep. But yeah, it'd be nice to have someplace just year round and never have to roll. But that's life in the real world. Oh, no, no. No way, Paul. That would not work. Trust me. And how did it work out, Daubinks? I don't know. It's not on my priority list, Roberts. When I was doing it, this last stuff, that I was able to keep the mill running, the impact mill running, and dump the buckets of crushed ore into the tank without slowing it down. Because I would pick one bucket up, set it on the little platform on the step ladder, take the other one up, dump it, drop that bucket on the ground, dump the other one, take them back, and by then the bucket that was being ground would be just about done. So it kept me busy, but I wasn't slowing down the mill anything. So until you've really got a final plan, if you can do it by human muscle power simply without slowing things down, very few things are as versatile as a human being. Well, that's good, Daubinks. At least it was cool, too. That's the thing about being in the water. You don't sweat much. Oh, it's not too hot here. Warm enough to sweat a little bit, but not runny. Just slightly damp in the shirt, sort of thing. Not bad. Mosquitoes were pretty abundant, but easily chased away by the off, so didn't worry too much about it. Your next step, Daubinks, if it's been abandoned, if it says closed, then you would go and you have to put in a discovery stake with a notice of location on it, and then go to the county recorder's office, record your location notice, and then go back to the claim and put your corner posts up. Now, if you want, you can put your corner posts up while you're there the first time. And in terms of how do you tell if it's closed or not, that will be the BLM. The county recorder's office will have records, copies of the claim location notice, and but nowadays the BLM's trying to get that also, but the BLM has the claim status as to whether it's open or closed. Thank you, Ricky. So that would be your thing. Now, once you've got your location notice in the ground, from a time standpoint, the next thing is to get recorded at the county recorder's office. Once you've got that recorded, you got varies on the state, but 90 days to get your corner posts up and all that other stuff. But the claim is now yours unless you screw up and don't complete the other stuff. It's called perfecting the claim. You haven't perfected it yet, but you've established your primacy. You're the guy who has those mineral rights at the moment, as long as you follow the proper procedure and don't get rejected or whatever for some other reason, then it will remain yours. If somebody comes in the day after and tries to do that, say if you've staked your, and it never hurts nowadays to take a picture with your smartphone with the date on it, so that somebody just doesn't take your claim stake and burn it or whatever. But if you say take a picture of it with the date, go to the county recorder's office, file that. Now you've got established a particular date and time that you have filed on those mineral rights. So anyone else would have to, kind of the burden of proof would be on anyone else to prove that you didn't have them first. But that's why you want to video, take pictures of your claim stakes and all this other stuff. Yeah, file just means that it was filed. If it's abandoned, forfeited, now then you have to find out why it's forfeited for sure. Because, for example, they may change the land status on that. Okay. Let's say that they want to create a wildlife refuge. Okay. And then somebody abandons their claim. You're not going to be able to refile on it. Okay. So you need to find out for sure that it is open to mineral exploration, because otherwise it doesn't matter. You can't stake ground that's not open to mineral exploration. And the general trend for the last 30 years is for the government to withdraw land from mineral exploration as opposed to make more available. Okay. And also, Daubinks, when you're filing a placer claim, they want it orientated with the cadastral survey, north, south, east, west, and by the quarter section. Whereas with a load claim, it's generally oriented along the mineralized structure. Okay. That is correct, B. Horton. Yeah, a lot of times owners die and their relatives or whatever, nobody picks it up. And if they don't file the proper paperwork, it becomes open again.
Now up to 46 found dead inside that truck.
So that's the sort of thing that, okay, if it's Forest Service land, you may have more trouble than BLM land permitting and stuff like that. They tend to be more difficult to deal with. It all depends on the particular office. There's some dispute as to exactly what the proper sequence is, blah, blah, blah. But I believe what Chris is saying is true. Say, if you do it that way, then there's no question that you have the primacy, et cetera, et cetera. The other way, it may, they change the law by court. The court will say, okay, this may be the way we did it for 100 years, but now we're going to do it some other way. Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised, Horton. Yeah. They're way behind in filing stuff. There's in Montana, they're way behind in just getting them processed. They're way behind. This is why I don't think they're going to have too many field agents for a while here, but we'll see. Yeah, well, that's why we're trying to stay so insignificant that it doesn't require a plan of operations. Notice of intent. If you can get away with a notice of intent, that's a lot better than a plan of operations, because pretty much, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, or anyone, uh, once you file the notice of intent, it's their job to let you know in a particular time period what the deal is. You know, um, in Arizona Forest Service, yeah, I believe it. The Forest Service down there by Tucson was not cooperative at all. Yeah, Dobbinks, it happens. Um, yeah, the Forest Service in Arizona was not very cooperative. They also like to close off stuff without asking the claim owner's permission. You show up one day and all of a sudden there's, bat gates all over everything and you don't have the key. Uh, they can be very annoying at times. I think that's going to be changing here in the not too distant future, but I think a lot of things are going to be changing in the not too distant future. That's my personal opinion. I'm just not sure exactly how it's going to change, but I don't see it staying anywhere close to what it is now for much longer. It's just, heading towards watershed rearrangement, you know. Okay, Chris, can you expand on that a little bit? Definitely contact the estate of the claim holder if you can, to try and do what? Get a quick claim deed or something to clear up any possible title issues or whatever. What's the purpose of that process, Chris? Because once you contact them, they go, "Oh, you're interested? Well, we'll sell it to you." Yeah, if you can get them to quit claim. I mean, is this someone you knew, or is this some stranger? Things like that. These are important questions. From your description, it sounds like a stranger. And one of the problems with going to a stranger and saying, your dad used to have these claims there, and he apparently didn't do his paperwork, so they've been voided. Just to keep things in, could you quit claim them to me? I said, sure, for $10,000. Yeah, I say that's kind of a tricky situation to deal with. Yeah. Oh yeah, well, yeah, they the government has become pretty non-functional now and counterproductive in many ways. So I I just don't see how it's going to continue to hold together in any kind of functional manner. Just yesterday, something like 2.9 million illegals have been let into the country since this new administration took
the
over.
death toll on that semi in San Antonio is up to 46.
46 dead from a semi load of illegals being transported in San Antonio, probably from heat and dehydration. And that's what I like about the live stream, Daubinks, is there's so many people that have seen so many different things that something odd will, somebody will bring it out. No, you cannot file first. You have to put the discovery stake in the ground with a notice of location first, then file, then you can do your other boundaries. But the you can't just file at the courthouse if you haven't already put in your discovery stake. That's not the legal process. Yep. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised, Walt. Yeah, because the idea is so that any other person looking to stake a claim can see your discovery stake and therefore identify where your boundaries are, even if they don't have corner stakes yet, but at least have a darn good idea so that they can, stake other claims if they wish to, but discovery stake, and then the at the county recorder's office. Now, I say quite often I'll just put all the stakes in at once because I'm out there, I've got it all figured out, I know what I want to do, boom. But I mean, if you're just wandering around the countryside and all of a sudden you come across a vein sticking out, and you know that the area you're in is open to mineral exploration, you might want to say, well, gee, let me cut a trunk of tree or something here and stick it in the ground and put a discovery notice on it. I've got them in my backpack. And then, come back home, take your GPS coordinates, go ahead and file right away since you didn't, get anything else lined out first. Then you can go and look on the satellite, figure out how you'd like to orient it and like that. But if you're doing it ahead of time, if you've got your planning done ahead of time, I just go out there and drop in the stakes. And as you saw from my stuff about a year ago, it's also helpful to figure out, okay, where do the roads go and where can I hike? And so, okay, I'll take 2 stakes with me from the truck parked here, and then I'll take 3 stakes from it parked over there, and blah, blah, blah. Now, depending upon where you're at, you can use, like in Arizona, 2-inch by 2-inch stakes are adequate. Here it's 4x4 minimum. So they get heavy.
And a 7-inch diameter tree if you use a tree. 7-inch diameter carved on 4 sides.
7-inch diameter tree blazed on 4 sides. I say, this stuff can get kind of complicated, which is why I don't like it. I much prefer just digging hard rock. It's so much simpler.
The newest 12-pack of sodas was defective.
Oh.
All the cans were crimped at the bottom. Quality control has gone to hell, people.
The goddess is not amused. That's correct, B. Horton, and they're probably not cheap either. That would be too simple, Ed. Yeah, some places you can use PVC pipe, but it has to be capped. Yep. You can also pile up rocks, although in some places it's awful hard to find rocks. So up here, I like to use the 4x4s. Down in Arizona, I like to use the 2x2s because you can just carry them and you got one with you. And what I like to do, drill a hole in the bottom, a 1/2-inch diameter hole, and take some like 12-inch pieces of 1/2-inch rod. I can drive that rod into the ground, set the stake on it, and it's pretty solid, and it's easy to carry. Up here, there's usually enough rocks. Once I set the bottom of the stake, I pile some rocks around it. Especially here, we have a lot of cows, and apparently claim stakes make something good to scratch with. I don't know. Cows is weird. Yeah, B. Wouldn't be surprised. The mining law is pretty special. I imagine probably most of the mining law lawyers are working for big mining companies. I doubt that there's a whole lot of freelancers out there. Yeah, but Daubinks, what Chris is saying is if you stake load claims, you run the risk that somebody else will stake a placer claim over your load claim, and you can have an issue potentially. By staking the placer claims first, you now have the primacy and you can put in the load claims later, or you can do it at the same time.
You also have any
But
dumps that are there.
you want to file, and it can be the same day, but time of day, you want to file the placer claims first because of some weird regulatory bullshit that they've come up with. And Chris is also right. Things like dumps, etc., those, once the claim's abandoned, those are now placer. Okay, only bedrock in place is considered load. So all your dumps, etc., are placer. And to get those, you will have to file a separate placer claim. You know, I say it used to be if it was unclaimed land and you filed a load claim, you automatically got the placer rights too. They've since changed that. Again, in my opinion, the regulators are doing everything they can to make life difficult for us. You know, when they made these laws, it was originally designed to be fairly simple and straightforward and encourage people to go out there and do this stuff. But nowadays, they don't want people mining, so they're making it as difficult as possible. That is correct, Dobbinks. You know, if it's open ground, file the placer claim first, then the load claims. But yeah, that's how it works. Weird shit. But oh well. Say it. The old rules made more sense. But again, in my opinion, they're deliberately making them nonsensical in order to make them harder to comply with, so that it's harder for people to actually do anything, because that's their purpose.
Good luck finding the regulations.
Yep. Sorry, Dawbinks, but yeah, at least mine's working decent since we got that Ethernet cable. Oh. Yeah, mining law is weird. And say it's even weirder since the BLM decided to try and make life difficult. Any other questions? That was a good one, Dawbinks. Got a good conversation going. Hey, Chris, what is the official designation of paleoplacers? That's still placer, or is that load nowadays? I could see how they could do it either way. That's what I thought. You could also call BLM and try and get someone on the phone and see and get specific input on that, because it seems kind of contradictory. But that doesn't surprise me with the government.
They operate under the same rules the IRS does. What their agents say does not constitute official policy, and they can't be blamed if they're wrong.
I have no direct experience with any foreign mining operations, Sam. We had a guy on earlier, Rock Butcher. He's done a lot of stuff in Africa too. What exactly are your questions about the rock? Sounds definitely worth getting interested in, Dawbinks. That's a nice way to describe it, Chris. That'd be 6,000 to 12,000 a ton now. Yeah, it may just be that the processing hasn't caught up yet. Yeah, is there any questions I can potentially answer, Sam? Because some are more general questions and others are very ore specific. Let's see. I worked for 10 years with the Rastras for putting in a 10 stamp mill. Yeah. I'll say $100 a ton back then was some pretty good. Well, yeah, $100 a ton. 3 ounces per ton was pretty good. I would too, B, because yeah, if it was $20 now, you're right, Chris. I'd love to see a stamp mill too. I'd like to see what the throughput is on a stamp mill. You know, that would be interesting. Uh, that's good stuff, though, Binks. What happened to the chair's still back there? Okay. Yeah, I was using the wrong dollars per ounce. My bad. Variation of the gold bearing blue quartz that occurs in Zim. Find examples of that type of mineralization. I don't know, but Sam, are you actually in the area, or are you just more interested on more of a theoretical basis? Because if you're in the area, first of all, every ore is different. They have some shared characteristics, but any particular mine, you have to actually look at the ore, do testing, and figure out what's going on. And that process is pretty consistent, although the answers you get are not likely to be. Um, but those are the answers that will guide you to determine what you need to do. Um, in the case of the ore that I'm at, for example, uh, most of the gold is extraordinarily small. Um, and so we decided to, we were going to have to leach it. And now it seems like, well, while most of the gold is small, there is some coarser gold which is too big to leach. So now we got to figure out, well, how much of that is there? And is it worth getting? Or do you just say, it's not worth it? Uh, Only one way to find out is do some testing. So um, that's a very consistent thing with every mine is you have to test the ore. Um, and the thing that you're looking for is what size are the gold particles and how are they found? Are they coarse gold? Are they fine gold? Are they inside difficult minerals to deal with? Are they easily accessible? Um, and say it just takes time. Yeah, you have to go on site. You have to get samples to get an idea. Unless somebody else has already done that and you have some technical reports to look at, you're just going to have to um, get your own and never trust any samples that somebody else provides you unless you really trust the person. Um, it's always best to get the samples yourself. That way they haven't been tampered with, and you know how properly they have been taken. You need to know how to take a representative sample. It's very easy to mess up your data by doing the wrong kind of sampling. And so you need to study proper sampling techniques too. Again, depending on the situation, it can be fairly straightforward or it can get more complicated. Just be aware that the coarser the gold is, the harder it is to sample, and the bigger sample you need to get good information. An 8-stamp mill could do a ton an hour, huh? Okay. So the Stutenroth would be like a 2-stamp mill. Okay. Interesting. Oh, you're most welcome, Sam. If you don't know how to do these sort of things, you can go way back in my archives there, and you'll see things like on how does gold get put in the ground, how do you explore for hard rock gold, how to take representative samples, and things like that. I haven't done specific videos on that in a long time, but they are there. And also how to hand pan microfine gold is a very helpful technique, um, stuff like that. So we do a live stream here every Monday at 6 o'clock Montana time. To make the correlation, right now it is 9:30 Montana time. So if you have any questions about anything, then you can uh, log on here. We have some really smart people and some really experienced people too. So you get a lot of different eyes looking at your problem and giving you suggestions. Paul, grinding the ore finer helps for some things. Okay, Sam. But it's the size of the gold particles that's most critical. And it's difficult to efficiently grind gold particles because they're highly malleable. You know, they don't break up easily like rock does. I mean, you can really hear it when you get a little chunk of metal in my impact mill. You can hear it banging around because it just doesn't explode like a piece of rock does. Even hard quartz just explodes when it gets hit by that impactor, but metal does not. And so you can hear it going bangity, 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 bang around in there. The same thing happens with the gold. And for example, these particles I was recently finding, it was clear that they'd been rounded by bouncing around inside the impact mill, you know. And so, let's say, it gets more difficult the bigger the gold gets to get representative and samples and numbers that really mean something instead of just a spread of numbers that goes all over the place. Okay. Say gold is hard. Also, what can happen too, let's say you're using a disc grinder, which most labs do because they can grind fine, but yet be cleaned easily. But you can get a piece of gold stuck to one of the discs, and now it's grinding over time and it's contaminating the samples behind it. This is why, in some cases, the lab will deliberately run like some hard granite through there, specifically just to clean the discs to make sure you don't have that. It can get pretty annoyingly complicated at times. And I'm not an expert on that, but I know enough to know, yeah, it ain't that simple as somebody around here likes to say, and. But yeah, if we do have a lot of coarse gold, we may have to grind the ore finer too. We shall see what we shall see. Life gets complicated. Yeah, you paid it. Skyline Labs said, no, Lars, she does not. The If you give them ore over a certain grade, they will charge you $2,000 to clean up their processing line. No joke. Because of that very problem. When you got a processing line that's looking for gold in a tenth of a part per million, correct, Lars? She'd be happy with a lab coat first, though. But yeah, say when you're looking for gold in sub part per million range, and then suddenly you get some more in there that's 2,000 parts per million, it just messes everything up. And they have to go in there and clean the crap out of everything. So, yeah, if you suspect you have some really rich ore, it's best to let the lab know first. And if they say, well, it'll cost you a cleaning fee, you might want to say, I don't know. Or the other thing you could do is dilute the ore to where it's below their detection thing. And if it doesn't rise over their trigger number, then they can't charge you the fee. So let's suppose it was 2,000 parts per million. Okay. And you think you're somewhere around that 2,000 parts per million, or it could be, well, dilute it 10 to 1. They run it and say, well, it's 250 parts per million. It's like, oh, cool. Now you don't have a $2,000 fee. Well, thank you, Sam. I say that's kind of our specialty here. And we have people like Chris, who's still on, that are knowledgeable. We have Gold Butcher and Gold Stream and a couple. I don't know if we have any others, but I mean, those are actual hard rock mining professionals and stuff that have been doing this for years. That's why I suggested, next week, talk to Rock Butcher, because he's been, doing stuff for decades. Yeah. Yeah, B, that's true. But again, one time I went to Skyline and I said, well, what, they said, well, it could go. I said, okay, so what's the number that if my value exceeds that you charge me for cleaning up the line? And she was reluctant to give me a number. And finally, the head of the lab, and by the way, they employ like 15, 20 people there. What size lab coat, little one?
Women's medium, I guess.
Women's medium. But anyhow, she didn't want to give me a number. And I said, well, you're telling me that if I give you a sample, that if it exceeds some number somewhere, it's going to cost me $2,000? Can you tell me what that number is? Because I have no idea what the number is. How can I evaluate whether I may accidentally trigger that if I have nothing? And then she said, okay, well, the test says it'll do between this and that. So as long as the numbers does not exceed the upper number, then it's within our specified limits. It's like, okay, I can live with that. Thank you, Lars. And so that's the sort of thing where, I mean, if it exceeds a number, I'm going to charge you $2,000. Okay, what's the number? I don't know. What the hell? What is this? It was quite surprising. Were you with me that day, little one?
Yeah, I believe I was.
Yeah.
You started to raise your voice.
Yeah, I started
You
getting
began to go Karen.
Yeah, because like, okay, you're telling me I can't do something, but you can't tell me what it is I'm not supposed to do. Excuse me? If you park in the wrong spot, I'm going to charge you $2,000. Okay, where's the wrong spot? Not sure. Okay. Uh, you know, I say one would have thought that if there's a criterion that must not be exceeded, lest a large charge fall upon your head, that the head of the lab would know what that number was, and could be able to tell you what it is.
The number is probably in their accounting books when they see where they are for the month.
I say, eventually she got her own pamphlet with the different tests and says, okay, fire assay will do between whatever it was. I think it was 2,000 parts per million was the upper end. It says, as long as it's less than here, because we've said that we can do it up to here. So as long as it's less than that, you're safe. You exceed that, you're screwed. It's like, okay, because it's only going to be like maybe a tenth of that. But it's certainly pretty rich stuff. Wow. I say that was like pulling teeth. Usually, say when you go to a lab and you say, okay, what are your criteria? What are the limits? This, that, and the other. They can just tell you. And this was just crazy. Goodness gracious. That was crazy. Yeah, B, we're Eva's chomping at the bit to start doing fire assays on our ore too. I can understand that. Shouldn't be too hard to do them on the. As we run it through the Stutenroth, we take I need to set up a continuous sampler on that too. Another thing that needs to be done. Fairly simple to do. That shouldn't be too hard. But yeah, so it's just, oh goodness. Say I'm glad she's having a good time and doing some good stuff. But yeah, fairly soon she'll be trying fire assaying our ore and seeing what she gets. I'm not sure if we have a delicate enough scale.
We don't.
She says we don't, so.
I need to go to 4 decimal places at 4 or 5 after the thing instead of just 3.
Yeah, she needs at least another decimal place. Yep. So anyhow, anything else, anybody? Questions or whatever? And by the way, Sam, welcome to the group. As you can see, it's a fairly small live stream. Everyone is welcome to jump in at any time and ask questions or provide input. Argonaut, that is a question I haven't firmly answered yet. The last time I checked, it was just starting to round the corners on the wear bars. But due to how I set up the dust control, I'm going to have to pull a couple of cover plates to examine that with any precision right now. And that is going to be a good question. But at the time that I checked, I'd put, 1 or 2 tons through it, and wear was what I would consider to be minimal, so should be good. You're welcome, Sam. Jeff, when it comes to gravity gold, the way we'll probably finish it is just kind of fire smelt it, because by doing so, we make sure we get all of the good gold. Eve is working on that on some gravity cons right now, but the furnace took a dump, so we're fixing it, and it should be running again tomorrow. Do you have a source for clear plastic bottles? We have a lot of source for these. These we get from the lab around here.
What you're looking for, check U-line or Fillmore containers.
Eva suggests U-mine or Fillmore containers.
Oh,
U-line. Okay, yeah.
Or Fillmore containers. Fillmore.
Yeah. The little plastic test tube size, the 10 milliliter ones, I just buy those because I don't use very many.
Check American Science and Surplus for those. They have them now and then.
They've got them now and then? Okay. You can also try American Science and Surplus. Yeah, B-Horn. And I do have a reticle, a pocket microscope with a reticle. In terms of fuel consumption, the RC46 and the Stutenroth together are probably running about 2 gallons of gasoline per ton. Okay. Yeah, Chris, but if it's a round gold bead, that gives you the mass from the size. Well, after you part it, then you do. Say, if you're only worried about the gold, which is in our case, financially, that's it. All you worry about is the bead after parting. But yes, you're correct, Chris. And I say the wear looks good. The Stutenroth is specifically designed for industrial kind of use. So we'll find out. I've got to order a couple of wear plates for my RC46. You can re-hard face them, but eventually they tend to break. And so 2 of my 3 movable jaw plates have broken. And I would like to get a couple new ones. And yeah, I know, been busy, forgot. It's on my list right there. Wear plates for RC46, 818-993-0411. So, yep. And eventually we probably want to see about, because Lauren's got a plasma cutter and T1 plate is easily drillable. We might even want to go with like a mild steel to minimize brittleness and just go pure hard facing on them, because you can easily hard face the area that actually wears. But yeah, say wear doesn't seem to be a problem. Hello, Heather. How are you? Do you have any questions or anything? Oh, you're welcome, Sam. We have a nice little community here. Do you have any questions, or what's your particular interest, Heather? We're kind of at the end here and trying to figure out. Not yet? Okay. We kind of specialize in hard rock gold mining here. Most other gold channels on YouTube, etc., are worried more about what they call placer mining, which is gold in sand and gravels and such. Whereas I mine actual hard rock. I'm cutting through bedrock to recover the ore. It gets a little bit more complicated than placer in general. There's a lot more factors that can come into play. Sometimes it's quite simple, but as a general rule, it gets kind of complicated. So if that interests you, this is a good channel. Hobbyist gold mining, as in a placer miner, like a little part-time hobby prospector. Say it's life can get complicated with hard rock. For example, Heather, this is the ion exchange resin that has about 5% gold in like 2 stages before we finally get it to gold. That's what I mean by complicated. Yeah, we're currently working a mine down here in it says MT boyfriend. Does that mean a Montana boyfriend or my boyfriend invested in a mine and a mill? Well, in that case, yeah, okay. In that case, specifically the word mill would generally indicate hard rock. And so we might be very helpful if you have any specific questions or whatever. We do a live stream Mondays at 6 o'clock. Monday evenings, Montana time. And we love questions because I can get boring after a while, no matter how amazing I am. And we have, okay, yeah, it's a mill. And we have a lot of smart people here. And some have a fair amount of experience in the business, different aspects of it. I've spent 10 years open pit heap leaching, slurry process. You mean flotation concentration after crushing it and making a slurry? With a ball mill, you're generally going to turn out a slurry from that, but then you have some kind of extraction or concentration after that. If it's flotation, what's the major product? Is it gold or some kind of like sulfide mineral concentrate or both? Cyanide? Okay, cyanide after the mill. Okay. What state are you in? And unfortunately, in Montana now, they don't allow cyanide. And I presume they're probably using activated carbon, okay, yeah, to recover the gold. Colorado makes sense. I would, Chris. I'd be running, yeah, no sense dewatering and adding cyanide. Just run it right through the mill. Now, one thing that if they're not doing it, that they need to look out for, Heather, is larger particles of gold will not cyanide very effectively, but they can be a significant fraction of the gold in the ore. So, as a general rule, okay, they're still learning that. This is important, Heather. If you're crushing hard rock ore and using cyanide, you want to make sure that there isn't significant gravity separatable gold in your ore, or you're going to be losing a lot of gold that you could easily recover by adding a gravity separation circuit and right after the mill. Antidote kit. You know, my wife suggests make sure you have a cyanide antidote kit too, which is always a good idea. You probably do. I don't know what the regulations are where you're at, but a cyanide antidote kit, I believe they're about $800 to $1,000 now. And serious pH monitoring. Yeah. Does the water matter? It can. Generally, cyanide is fairly forgiving, but depending upon what's in the water, you can have some problems that will develop. And so that's one of the things that can be a problem. Not sure why lime is used to adjust the pH of the processed solutions. Is it in the, you said, does the water matter? And then lime. Yeah, I say, I agree with Chris. If you've got limestone in your rock, that will help you by buffering your solution. If you got an acidic rock, you're going to need to use more. And you have to keep that pH up with cyanide. If you don't keep the pH over 10 to 10.5, somewhere in that range, the cyanide will break down. Now, it's not only costs you cyanide, but the most important thing is it breaks down into cyanide gas, which will kill you.
Which is why the antidote.
You know, so you definitely need to do that. If you're not terribly experienced, they need to be very careful to learn the basic safety issues involved with cyanide uh, uh, before they do anything, because it's like gasoline. If you handle it wrong, it kills you. You know, I'm not afraid of cyanide. I've used, helped use. I don't know. I think we got like a semi truck every couple weeks. You know, and all it takes is 200 milligrams to kill me. But yeah, yes. And if it's an enclosed mill building, you can have cyanide gas detectors. It's not a bad idea. But say it can be handled safely, but you have to do it right. And if you don't know enough to know what right means, that's the first thing you need to do is learn all the safety issues with it. And I am sure that it would be easy to find the assistance in that. Keith, your link will not post because you're not a moderator. If you can give a description of what it is. Yeah. But yeah, I say it's nothing to be terrified of, but it does need to be respected. Um, and say the process is going to be correct, Lars. Um, and the uh, process is going to be very ore dependent and okay, Heather. Uh, but if they don't have specific knowledge of gold and cyanide milling, they need to get some. And I have seen a fairly decent sized company screw this one up. Okay. It was the American Girl mine. Got it, Lars? Um, in Southern California. And they had basically what you said, ball mill, tank leach, blah, blah, blah. Except the process had not taken into account the possibility of gravity gold. So after they commissioned the millman running at about a month or so, the mill superintendent, who'd never dealt with, cyanide gold leaching before, but knew crushers and grinding and all this other stuff, and the head metallurgist were walking through the mill, and the metallurgist was, how's it all going? Is everything fine? And the mill superintendent says everything's going pretty good. The only problem we have is this particular flow right here often kind of silts up with this sludge, and it has to be cleaned out by hand. And luckily I got a couple of guys who don't mind cleaning it out, but it's just kind of a pain in the butt. And so this perks the metallurgist ears up, and he says, this stuff right here? Yeah. So he takes a hand sample from it. They go back to the lab. He just puts it in a gold pan, does a quick pan. He says, yeah, I wouldn't mind cleaning out that sludge myself. It's about 25% gold. Is there another way to go about a slurry process? There are lots of different ways, Heather. There are generally only a few reasonable ways depending upon the particular ore, and quite often there is a single optimum solution, but it can be somewhat complex or it can be fairly simple. One thing I say that needs to be done is you have to check to see if you've got gravity gold if you don't have a gravity separation circuit. If you don't, then you need to determine how much gravity gold and what your losses are. It's going to take a little bit of research to figure out if you have an issue. It's pretty easy to do. If you go to some of my old videos there, hand panning microfine gold, what was it, 2019, I think, was the latest one. But look for hand panning microfine gold. Don't go to the oldest one, how to hand pan microfine gold, lesson like 7 or something. Go to the one that's at least lesson 24. But it's real simple to I can hand pan gold down to 500 mesh. Below that, the cyanide should get it. So that's a question that you need to answer. They have a shaker table. Okay, that's good. If they're going over to the shaker table first and then to the cyanide leach, that's how it generally should be. Absolutely. Hard to tell, Daw Binks, but she's here and they're not. They may be working. They may be sleeping. It's 10 o'clock over there in Colorado right now. They may have to be up at 6 in the morning. What is the process for testing if cyanide is a pregnant solution or not? Okay. I'm going to break that down into two. Cool, Heather. The question, I'm unsure of your question. If you have operational cyanide and if there's gold, it's going to be pregnant. So your question may be, how do you test for cyanide in a pregnant solution, or how do you test for gold in a pregnant solution? No, but it's great for quick testing, Daubinks. That's the thing is, I mean, I can detect gold down to a couple hundredths of an ounce per ton in a hand pan in 5 minutes at zero cost. Okay, for gold in cyanide, generally you're going to use with atomic absorption spectrophotometry or induction coupled plasma. These are standard processes done in a standard analytical laboratory. To determine gold in cyanide solution, without that, you can fire assay it, but I say the usual method is just take it to a lab. In my case, my lab does it ICP for $25. Okay. So say these are the sort of things that fairly straightforward. Stannous chloride, don't know. Heather? Yep. Chris, would you be able to get a calorimetric test using stannous chloride on a cyanide solution? Say, I don't know. We just, the mines I worked at, they had their own AA machines. She may. She says she can pan it to 500 mesh. Now, by the way, Heather, how do you know it's 500 mesh? I use a pocket microscope with a reticle in it, and 1,000th of an inch. The reticle I use is in thousandths of an inch is 0.001. Yeah, 550 mesh. And I can actually see it smaller than that. You have a 500 mesh classifying screen? Wow. That's got to take a while to get through. Yeah. This is about $50, and it's a pocket microscope, 40 power. I like it with an illuminator too. I think that's another 15 or something. But if you look through this, it's got a reticle in it where you can actually, it's like a ruler, that you optically put next to the particle. And so I can actually see and measure a particle down to less than 1/1000th of an inch. So this is a very, very useful and simple tool to determine gold particle size, shape, etc. Like the stuff that we're running into at my place. I'm actually the last batch where we found some very big particles for what we were expecting. I was literally measuring them. It's 60 thousandths by 40 thousandths, and he was writing it all down. But say this is a very precise but inexpensive and simple tool to determine with precision exactly what you've got. Okay. Well, good, Heather. That's cool. If you've got a technique that's different from the one I'm using, I'd love to know about it, because I always like to learn. It's the Bowen tap, not brown. It's my technique where, say my videos go how to hand pan microfine gold, and I don't need to classify it. I can take, well, one thing I like to use it for is if I'm at a strange mine or whatever, and I'm doing exploration, as I'm sampling, I'll screen a little bit out of each sample, down to like 30 mesh or whatever, hand pan it, then I throw it back in the sample. But I can tell basically in real time what the gravity separatable gold in that ore is quickly. And that comes very handy when you're in the field, especially doing preliminary exploration. When we first came up to Montana to explore, we were going through, I think it was about the 5th mine before we really found anything of any significance in, panable gold, stuff that I could do. And that's when we first started getting decent assays too. So it's a very useful technique when it comes to grade control and stuff in a mill. Again, depending upon exactly how big the gold is. Yeah, Heather, the stuff that I'm working right now, it's 80% passing 2000 mesh. It is some very fine stuff. It dissolves well. But I say it's the sort of thing where you can literally just take a scoop out your slurry, put it in there, pan it down, and pretty well you'll be able to say, yeah, that's running about a 0.1 ounces per ton, that sort of thing. So it's a very helpful technique to be able to do. And all you need is a 10-inch. Well, those gold pans are less than $5 each. It's a Stand Sport 10-inch gold pan. And I go to Sportsman's Warehouse and just buy 5 or 10,
I think Ace Hardware sells them now too.
They could. There's some specific criteria where I like that particular pan. I've tried different kinds and this and that and the other, and there's some nuances to it that works well. Okay, But yeah, you don't want a vertical edge next at the bottom of the pan where the side meets the bottom. And it's a pretty simple technique. Works quite well. It's quick, start to finish, 5 minutes once you get good at it. And I say it works pretty well for certain things. Yeah. Yeah, head in front of women. Come on. He's referring to a certain unfortunate incident that happened a few months ago, Heather. But yeah, so you'll find a lot of stuff on my channel will be very helpful to you, I think. Yep. But again, if you guys have any specific questions too, as you can tell, people right now, Chris is probably the most technically adept person here. Although I've got a lot more actual experience in open pit heap leaching than he does. Yeah, right. I understand, Ed. Yeah, Jeff, sometimes it's hard to get them, but you can also get on the website and have it delivered to the local store for free. And in a case like I say, I just order a bunch of them because I just like having them laying around so that there's always one where I need one, kind of like my loops, you know. In the case of the Stansport ones, they've got a surface texture that's just about perfect without having to scratch it, Heather. Um, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Heather. And say I've got loops laying everywhere. You know, I always don't seem to have one, so I got one in my pocket right now. There are a couple laying at the lab.
On American Science and Surplus.
Yeah, you can get decent illuminated loops from American Science and Surplus for about $5 each. So say that's what I do. You can buy spare batteries for them cheaply. I don't know. I usually buy like 10 packs off the internet, and they're, I don't know, 45 cents each or something. Yeah, exactly. It's better to have them. There's also an interesting technique. I can tell that you know what you're talking about to a great extent. Have you ever been out in the field and you'd like to classify something, but you forgot your classifiers? Okay. If you do, I've got a video somewhere that says screening without screens. Some guy taught me a technique that's really good that, depending upon how much time you want to spend, you can classify very fine with it. And you can usually do it almost anywhere by just finding the right materials or whatever. It's really amazing. And that has saved my butt more than once. Basically, you take a textured flat surface, it could be almost anything. I mean, when it comes to the slag at the lab there, we have a loaf pan, not a loaf pan, a cake pan that we use to do so things just don't go everywhere. You tip it and then you tap it, and the coarser stuff will run off easier. And if you take like a cutting board, with a more textured surface, you can get different things. But yeah,
silicone cutting board.
I can, using a fairly smooth surface, by tapping, I can screen it down to 100 mesh minus. And say again, that can be very, very handy out in the field when you want to get a fairly fine screening and you forgot your screens.
Those silicone cutting boards that they sell in 3-packs, the flexible ones.
Now, you don't want a flexible one. You want a flat surface, okay? But almost any flat surface will work. A plank, you know? And so you can usually find something that's kind of flat somehow. But yeah, it's a very handy technique at times to say when you're out in the field and you forgot your screens, it's good. Also, Keen Engineering used to sell a kit. It was about $75 that, ooh, Lars just rickrolled Argonaut. Sweet. Well, let's.
Rickrolled Argonaut! I'm so jealous!
Okay. I've got a. Let's see. So this is the one I got in my pocket right now. I tried some plastic ones. I like the metal ones a little better. But as you can see, it's illuminated. It's less than $5 each. And here's your battery compartment right here. So it's got replaceable batteries. The one thing that tends to happen with these inexpensive ones, the screws come out. So the metal ones too. So I found that put a little bit of Loctite on there, keep those screws in place, and you won't lose the cover. But yeah, so I've got, God, I don't know, there's probably one over there in that box. But so I just buy them by, 5 or 10 at a whack. So they work perfectly adequately. You really want an illuminated loop if you can. There's a lot of times where that illuminator is really useful, especially underground and stuff like that. But yeah. Anyhow, Keen Engineering has a kit, or had a kit, that had 10 different size sieves, the sieve holder, and a full-size gold pan, and a few other things in a single kit. And it's nice to have 10 separate screens and something. Think of a regular bucket classifier here, a bucket classifier, and a gold pan on top. That's etc. Comes in real handy. I've used it a lot. And right now, Eva's using some of the finer sieves. We pour resin on top and rinse it and then let it dry. It's very good for drying the resin. But yeah, that's another kit that has really paid for itself many times over because it's so compact and has so much stuff in it. It has room. I've got a couple of 10-inch gold pans that I put in there and some this and that. Still in the same kit. The negative is the little clips that hold the pan to the classifier are, in my opinion, pretty useless. But a couple little micro bungee cords will do the same thing and last kind of forever. Yeah, UV light comes in handy too, Heather. Absolutely. Oh. Well, it's already 10:30. I've got a lot to do tomorrow. I got to dump a tank and a few other little things. So we better call it a night here. Any last minute questions or anything, anybody? Oh, you're welcome, Heather. Thank you for showing up. It's very useful to have people ask questions and stuff. It really stimulates the conversation. Again, I tend to get a little boring. I'm tunnel vision. I got a particular project I'm doing, but there's what spectrum of lights? Let's say it's Monday evenings at 6 o'clock Mountain Time. What spectrum of light? I think fairly white light is the best, but it's the background that's probably more important. I like a black background, seems to make it stand out better, but it's harder to see black sand against it. That's why a dark green for a gold pan is handy if you're caring about the black sands. I just buy the Stansport black pans, and I mean I can spot smaller than 35 microns with my loop on that thing. Let's see. Assay, it's it also depends a bit on your particular eyes. You bet, Heather. I mean, we're here every week. I schedule my life around this and one other thing I have to do at a particular time, which is a Tuesday. But aside from that, it's kind of freeform. My wife and I will be out, well, like next week. This week we're working at the mill, but next week we'll be heading off Tuesday afternoon and not be back till either Thursday night or Friday morning, you know. And then more milling and this and that. We're kind of doing everything. We've got to mine it and mill it. So that's it. But I mean, it's fun, and we're still solving a lot of issues. So I'll say it's a much smaller operation than probably what you're involved with, Heather. But we want to get up to an average of about 2 tons a week by the end of this summer, actually by middle of summer. And, hopefully maybe to go to 3 tons a week, we need an extra person. I mean, I'm 66 and she's a bit younger than me, but nevertheless, she's not a girl anymore. And so this is exercise. Okay. Anyone else? Anything else? I think so, Lars. I'm just going to have to shut it down. I need to get some sleep. So, say, Heather or anyone else too, if you got questions during the week, just write them down. You can also just comment on any of my videos. I read all the comments. It says I got 14,000 subscribers, but they're not very active, most of them. So I'm able to read all my comments. It may be a couple of days, but you'll get more detailed information and have more people looking at your question on the live stream, Heather. Oh, good night, Chris. Night, Argonaut. Night, Lars. Night, Paul. Night, Keith.
Night, everybody.
Okay. Last time, any questions, anything anyone needs answered before we call it a day? A night, a week, or whatever. Thank you, Sam. Good luck and keep it safe wherever you're at. Okay, calling it a night, everybody. Thank you. Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.